Chapter 311. Bing Mian's face sank, Fei Fei and Lulu sighed in relief, and Wu Yan smiled. Wu Yan is very familiar with this voice, it had been a long time since they last met. Toros, the one who had picked a fight with Kiran because of Lulu, was now wearing the uniform of an elite student. His group was no less than the number of students from Sea of Icicles. Behind him were many elite students and 10 special students. Wu Yan smiled again, but this time it's a mocking smile. After all, Toph is only an elite student, yet he's leading 10 special students. It's obvious that he's just a fox using the tiger's might to intimidate others. Reality confirmed Wu Yan's thoughts. When the 10 special students saw Fei Fei and Lulu, they immediately abandoned Toph and stood behind Fei Fei and Lulu like loyal guards. Fei Fei nodded at them. It seems like the true leader of Deadly Forest is Fei Fei. It's you. Toph's face darkened when he saw Wu Yan. His eyes flashed with deep resentment. Toph won't forget Wu Yan's face even if he dies. When he saw Lulu and Fei Fei standing close to Wu Yan, Toph's gloomy face became even gloomier. He clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could kill Wu Yan. Unfortunately, the moment he thought of that, the scene of Wu Yan and Fei Fei's battle surfaced in his mind. It was like a bucket of cold water that extinguished his killing intent. Only coldness remained. Bing Mian also heard Toph's "It's you." He's almost certain that the newcomers are Fei Fei's acquaintances. That means they won't join him. Wu Yan smiled and wanted to speak, but he suddenly stopped. Ikaro's eyes flashed as she looked at Wu Yan. She didn't say anything either. Oh. I didn't expect Deadly Forest and Sea of Icicles to be here already. Are we too late? A handsome young man around 25 years old wearing a special student uniform came to the other side of the group. He smiled at Fei Fei and Bing Mian before looking at Wu Yan. Busy? Leaden, level 66. Fei Fei didn't know how many times she frowned. She sighed and said helplessly. I didn't expect him to come as well. Ailu Empire's third house, Leaden family's leader, the leader of the Crimson Land. Busy? Leaden. Wu Yan rubbed his chin with interest. This is going to be fun. Ailu Empire's 3 great houses are all here. Busy? Leaden chuckled. When he saw Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Ikaros, he was surprised. Ripples flashed in his eyes, and he nodded approvingly. I heard there are a lot of beautiful girls among the new special students. I didn't want to believe it at first, but after seeing you all, I have no choice but to believe it. They are indeed beautiful. Hinajuku and Mikoto flinched and they awkwardly nodded at Bishi. They waved their hands and turned their heads away. For the 2 girls, this isn't something they can get used to. After all, they're quite shy. Wu Yan found it funny. Busy smiled. He didn't mind the 2 girls' reaction. He looked at Fei Fei and Bing Mian with his arms crossed. Since you 2 are here first, did anyone manage to invite the new students? If not, the Crimson Land will have to participate. This time, it was Bing Mian who laughed. Oh. Busy, I think you're going to be disappointed. They are Fei Fei's acquaintances. We won't get a chance. Acquaintances? Baishi was stunned. He frowned and shrugged helplessly. Looks like we're late. We're late by quite a bit. Busy turned to Wu Yan. I don't know. How should I address them? Wu Yan didn't say anything. His wine-red eyes scanned Bishi's figure. He looked at the other side of Bishi. Over there, another group of people appeared under the lead of a certain person. No. That's not all. There are people leading groups of people from all directions. It's obvious that they are from the Spalier World Academy. It's a sea of people. It's a real sea of people. Other than Wu Yan and the others who are standing in front of the villa is surrounded by people. Standing in front of these people were the few special students. However, the originally few special students seem to have formed a human wall at this moment. In front of the human wall, there are 4 men and 2 women. There are 6 young men and 2 young women leading the group. Looking at the 6 of them, Fei Fei had a serious expression on her face. She was already clenching the night elf in her hand tightly. They're all here. The smile on Bing Mian's face disappeared. He glanced at the leaders and his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Beezy's face darkened. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're right. We're only missing the royals, Fei Fei nodded solemnly. In their eyes, other than the 3 great royal families and the 9 great clans, the other forces were dispensable. Now, other than the 3 great royal families, the members of the 9 great clans were all present. Fei Fei glanced at Wu Yan. When she saw Wu Yan's calm expression, she was surprised. She didn't expect Wu Yan to be so calm in front of so many factions. Wu Yan looked calm on the surface, but inside, he was speechless. It's not because of the so-called factions, it's because of the number of people. Are these people really from the 9 factions? Isn't there a little too many of them? They're piling up to the point of death. At this time, Flandrachan frowned. Although she has sealed her power, she can still feel the faint malice in the air. This proves that there are some people with impure motives. She pulled Wu Yan's clothes and whispered. Big brother, these people are so annoying. Flandrachan wants to play with them until they break. Wu Yan chuckled and rubbed Flandrachan's head. Flandrachan, just watch quietly. These people don't deserve to play with you. Flandrachan unwillingly turned her head and calmed down. She seemed to have listened to Wu Yan's words. Chuju walked to Wu Yan and extended her hand to Flandrachan. Flandrachan, come to big sister. Big brother has something important to do. Flandrachan looked at Wu Yan and nodded obediently. This made Wu Yan surprised and happy. It seems like Flandrachan's spirit has stabilized a lot. She can even listen to other people's words. Fei Fei walked up to Wu Yan and hesitated for a moment. Yan, you know they're coming for you. What do you plan to do? Fei Fei stared at Wu Yan's face with her beautiful eyes. If you don't have a solution, why don't you join Deadly Forest? Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Fei Fei's serious tone. Of course, he knew why Fei Fei would use such a tone. Fei Fei probably didn't want him to think that she's coming for their special student status. How silly. However, Fei Fei's words could be considered as a plan. However, joining the Deadly Forest might not be a peaceful thing. Turning his head to look at Hughes, who is glaring at him with venomous eyes, Wu Yan grinned. Sister Fei Fei, don't worry about me. If I don't join them, it's not like I will get ganged up on. Fei Fei smiled bitterly. I'm not afraid of that. I'm just afraid that they'll use underhanded methods or force you into the arena tower. When that happens. Wu Yan chuckled. When that happens, I don't mind them giving me credits. I don't mind giving them a few slaps. Chapter 312. In the Spalier World Academy, academic credits are like gold coins. Although money isn't everything, you can't do anything without money. Originally, Wu Yan was worried about how to get some academic credits. At the very least, it would be enough to support him so that when he sees something he wants, he won't run out of academic credits to exchange for it. But now, if what Fei Fei said is true, these people will force him to go to the arena tower. Then, he can use this opportunity to gamble for academic credits and make a good profit. Under the system's perception, although the number of people here is terrifying, there are also a lot of 7th stage special students. But no matter what, they are only 7th stage. As long as they aren't 8th stage, Wu Yan isn't afraid of losing. As a true ancestor, even if he's only 7th stage, Wu Yan can stand firmly at the peak of 7th stage with the support of his unlimited vitality and recovery ability. So, as long as they aren't 8th stage, in front of him who can't die, these people are just giving him academic credits. Hearing Wu Yan's resolute words, Fei Fei was stunned for a moment. Then, she couldn't help but smile. She almost forgot that Wu Yan is someone who almost lost his life. Even if Wu Yan can't, there's still. Fei Fei glanced at Mikoto and Ikaros. Her serious face relaxed. She just remembered that Mikoto and Ikaros are 8th stage powerhouses. Two 8th stage powerhouses. Even if the people in front of her are Wu Yan's enemies, so what? With Mikoto and Ikaros here, these 7th stage special students won't be able to touch them. Thinking until here, Feifei smiled and took a step back. Since you already have an idea, I won't force you. If you need help, just say the word. Although Deadly Forest isn't as powerful as so many factions, it's not a place that can be touched by just anyone. That's right. Lulu, who has been hiding behind Feifei, also spoke up. She patted her chest and said, Yen, don't worry. If they bully you, Feifei will definitely stand up for you. Yes. Wu Yan replied helplessly. For some reason, he felt that Lulu has a mysterious power that can make a person who is full of energy lose all his strength. As expected, Lulu is the real boss. At this moment, Bing Mian glanced at the sea of people. He rolled his eyes slightly and suddenly laughed. Ice raised his hand and shouted at the leaders of the Baruba Empire and Fea Empire, Everyone, I'm sure you have the same goal as us. You want these newbies to join us, right? Bing Mian laughed loudly when he saw everyone's expression. But you're fated to come here in vain. Lethal Forest is one step ahead of us. The crowd burst into an uproar, especially the leaders of the 6 great clans. Their eyes darkened as they stared at Feifei and the people from Deadly Forest. The malice they showed was self-evident. Seeing this, Bishi looked at Bing Mian with disdain. But he had to admit that Bing Mian was really good at this move. This Bing Mian must think that the newcomers won't join his sea of icicles. That's why he said this. He's trying to divert the attention of the major factions towards Lethal Forest. If Lethal Forest doesn't give everyone an explanation, they won't have an easy time. Feifei's expression changed completely. She looked at Bing Mian with anger in her eyes. She bitterly laughed in her heart. Bing Mian is setting a trap for me, either I give up on the newcomers or I become the target of all the major factions. But give up on Wu Yan? Is that even possible? Feifei was once again in a dilemma. Lulu was starting to get anxious. Tobias was happy. He walked towards Feifei and tried to persuade her. Senior Feifei, the situation isn't good for us. There's no need to sacrifice Lethal Forest for a few newcomers. Let's just let them have it. Feifei coldly glanced at Toros. Toros didn't dare to speak anymore. At this time, the people from the 6 major powers began to move. It seems like they were getting impatient from waiting. Bing Mian smiled as if his plan had succeeded. He smiled at Feifei and said, Miss Feifei, I think it's better for everyone to be friendly. You also know that there are a lot of new students this time. It's easy for things to change. So, our best plan is to divide them up. This way, we can have the best of both worlds, don't you think so? Feifei was angry. When she wanted to say something, Wu Yan laughed. His laughter was very happy. It was very strange. Although his voice was soft, it rang in everyone's ears. Everyone quieted down. Wu Yan slowly raised his hand and crossed it in front of his chest. He looked at Bing Mian and smiled. Divide? You said divide? How come I don't know that we've fallen to the point where we have to be divided? Bing Mian's eyes turned cold, but his smile didn't change. However, it became a little cold. At the same time, he sneered. Newcomer, you don't know what's good for you. You might be strong outside the Spalier World Academy and no one could discipline you. However, this isn't the countryside where you used to be. If you want to be rude and unreasonable, you should know your place. Wu Yan glanced at Bing Mian indifferently. Then, he walked towards Bing Mian. Everyone was stunned. Was this newcomer going to start a fight? Quite a number of people laughed. They looked at Wu Yan like he's an idiot. Outside of the arena tower, fights are considered private fights. The enforcers are always keeping an eye on the fights. Feifei and Lulu's hearts were in their mouths. Bing Mian sneered as he watched Wu Yan walk towards him. He wanted to see if this newcomer had the guts to start a fight. However, the sneer on Bing Mian's face quickly froze. Even the people who were watching the show looked at Wu Yan in shock. They were speechless. Without even looking at Bing Mian, Wu Yan brushed past Bing Mian's figure, leaving Bing Mian with a big back view as he looked at the huge crowd in front of him. Ignored. Blatant disregard. Bing Mian's body trembled. His eyes were filled with killing intent. As the second young master of Ailu Empire's second house, he, Bing Mian, had never been treated like this before. Wu Yan sighed. Then, a clear and indifferent voice came out from his mouth and rang in everyone's ears. Everyone, I have no plans to join any faction at the moment. You don't have to worry about us breaking the balance between your factions. Wu Yan looked at the leaders of the 9 factions, including Feifei, Bishi, and Bing Mian. He continued. If you want us to join, it's not impossible, as long as... Wu Yan's lips curled into a sinister smile. His next word stunned everyone. As long as you can defeat me, I will join your faction. His words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in the crowd. Everyone was in an uproar. The leaders of the various forces all laughed. In their opinion, this newcomer really couldn't find an opponent outside. Therefore, he was a little arrogant and dared to say such words. However, this was exactly what they wanted. No matter what, a fight would not only dampen the other party's spirit, but they could also take him as their own. So why not? Yen! Feifei and Lulu shouted. Their eyes were filled with worry. Although they have seen Wu Yan's strength, Feifei and Lulu weren't too worried about Wu Yan's strength. After all, Wu Yan is also very strong. They know this, however, that would have to depend on the circumstances under which it would happen. It's not just one person, it's a group of people. Chapter 313. Feifei and Lulu's worries weren't superfluous. After all, many ants could bite an elephant to death. Although this sentence didn't exist in the alternate world, everyone understood the logic. Otherwise, why would so many people be afraid of being ganged up on? Wu Yan was indeed very strong, but no matter how strong Wu Yan was, unless he was at the 8th rank, the gap between him and those special students was boundless. In that case, he could ignore it. However, if Wu Yan wasn't at the 8th rank, then even if he could deal with the front, the back would be stacked to death. Physical strength wasn't limitless. Battle aura and magic power weren't air. If he really defeated everyone, Wu Yan would probably be exhausted to death. It had to be said that Feifei and Lulu's thoughts were indeed correct. Unfortunately, the thoughts in their hearts weren't superfluous when used on Wu Yan. True ancestors didn't have limitless physical strength? Then who had limitless physical strength? Battle aura? Magic power? What was that? Could it be eaten? Sorry, I don't have that. I only have this body. However, it's enough to deal with those self-righteous forces. As if he had expected the reaction of everyone present, Wu Yan smiled triumphantly. Then, he said with a smile, of course, everyone knows that I'm just a newcomer. There are some things that I need everyone to take care of. For example, credits and so on. When this sentence came out, everyone who was smiling just now was embarrassed. They couldn't help but curse in their hearts. This newcomer's appetite was really big. He actually had his eyes on credits. The leaders of the major forces looked as if they had swallowed a dead fly. Their faces turned incomparably ashen as they looked at the smiling Wu Yan. Suddenly, a thought popped up in their minds. Was it really beneficial to let this guy join? It wouldn't be a scourge coming in, right? At this moment, Wu Yan wasn't just arrogant in everyone's hearts. At the same time, he was also insensible. Did he really think that everyone was a machine to farm credits? Were credits that easy to obtain? All the leaders, including the special students, sneered in their hearts. At the same time, they made up their minds to teach this newcomer a lesson. Wu Yan took in everyone's expressions and pretended not to see them. He smiled softly. Then, tomorrow, at this time, I will be waiting for everyone in the arena tower. Wu Yan swept his gaze over the crowd before walking back to Hinajaku and Mikoto's side. The other factions exchanged glances with each other. Since they're already here, there's no need for them to stay any longer. They bade each other farewell and left the area. With the departure of the various forces and the departure of the crowd around the villa, the scene that was originally packed with people became much more deserted. Bishi pursed his lips and looked at Wu Yan as if he didn't care. Since you've decided to use a battle to determine the final winner, Crimson Land will be there tomorrow. Remember to be merciful then. Bishi smiled and waved at the members of Crimson Land behind him. He then led them out of the villa. Only the people from Deadly Forest and Sea of Dense Ice were left at the scene. The people from the two factions looked at each other with hostility in their eyes. Let's not talk about the fact that the two forces were rivals because of the competition between their respective masters. Just now, after being betrayed by Bing Mian in front of the other forces, the people from Deadly Forest didn't look too good. If they could, they even wanted to vent their anger on Bing Mian. The huge stream of people had already disappeared, and Lulu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She had to admit that the scene of the 9 major forces confronting each other was quite stressful for a cheerful person like her. Now that the stream of people had reduced, Lulu also relaxed. Walking out from behind Fei Fei, Lulu saw the ice surface on the opposite side at first glance. She suddenly frowned and pouted her mouth in dissatisfaction. She waved her hand as if she was swatting a fly and said in disgust. "Hey, they've already left. Why are you still here? Can't you just leave? I don't want to see you." Bing Mikoto looked at Lulu with a gloomy expression. When he saw Lulu's disgusted expression, his face twisted. He then looked at Wu Yan. Bing Mikoto smiled coldly. "Well then, I'd like to see what you're capable of tomorrow." Wu Yan glanced at Bing Mikoto and smiled. He then looked away, causing Bing Mikoto's face to twist even more. Bing Mikoto took a few deep breaths and smiled again. He walked up to Wu Yan and extended his hand. "When the time comes, please have mercy on me." Wu Yan frowned when he heard this. He looked at Bing Mikoto's hand and smiled. He also extended his hand and shook it. Wu Yan, who had been observing Bing Mikoto, saw a sinister glint in Bing Mikoto's eyes. At the same time, a stream of air so faint that even the air could cover it came out of Bing Mikoto's hand and entered Wu Yan's body. Sure enough, one who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Wu Yan's expression didn't change, but he laughed coldly in his heart. Another person might not have been able to detect this tiny stream of air. However, it wasn't enough to prevent Wu Yan from detecting it. Bing Mikoto thought that he had succeeded. After all, this tiny stream of air was a technique that he had personally researched. It was a technique that was specially used to trick people. This stream of air was very difficult to detect. At least, none of the people that Bing Mikoto had used it on had noticed it. It would hide in the person's body and gradually grow stronger. It might not cause any harm in a short period of time, but after a long time, when the stream of air grew to the point of eruption, it would definitely kill the person. In the past, those who went against his will were killed by Bing Mian using this trick. After they died, Bing Mian didn't know how long it had been since he last met them. Even the law enforcement team didn't have any evidence that he did it. Therefore, Bing Mian used this trick time and time again. However, Bing Mikoto had used it on the wrong person this time. On the surface, Wu Yan's expression didn't change at all. However, electricity quickly appeared in his body. A few electric currents flowed out from the depths of his body and came to the side of the stream of air. Then, they formed an electric net and surrounded the stream of air. Like a parasite, the stream of air could only jump around pathetically in the electric net. It was unable to escape. At this moment, Wu Yan urged the electric net. The electric net that carried the stream of air immediately came to Wu Yan's hand, which was holding Bing Mikoto's hand. Wu Yan sneered in his heart. The electric net immediately dispersed and split into several electric currents. One of the electric currents hit the stream of air fiercely. The stream of air trembled and flowed out of Wu Yan's hand. It went through Wu Yan's hand and entered Bing Mikoto's body. It returned to where it had come from. At this moment, Bing Mikoto was still laughing at his successful sneak attack. He didn't realize that his sneak attack had returned to him. After letting go of Wu Yan's hand, Bing Mikoto ignored Wu Yan. After a while, the stream of air in Wu Yan's body will explode. He just needs to avoid contact with Wu Yan for a while. When the time comes, who would suspect him when he dies? Of course, tomorrow is an exception. Tomorrow, I must teach this bastard a lesson in the arena tower. Bing Mikoto looked at Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros with some reluctance. Then, he looked at Feifei and Lulu and left with his people. When they were out of sight, Feifei walked to Wu Yan's side and said in a serious tone, "You have to be careful tomorrow. Bing Mikoto is a vengeful person. He won't let you go. He's ranked 25th. Wu Yan's mouth bloomed into a smile when he heard that. What he lacked, he got it. Chapter 314. At the center of the Spalier World Academy is a tower. There's a tower here, one that's taller than any other building in Silveria World Institute. It's cylindrical in shape and from afar, it looks like a giant pillar. Only when you get closer, you'll notice that the surface of the tower is slightly irregular. This tower is the Spalier World Academy's arena tower. Anyone with a bit of experience would realize that the combat chi and mana that are hard to find in Silveria World Institute can be sensed by anyone who gets close to the place. Do chi and mana that couldn't be seen by the naked eye were wandering around the arena tower. Everyone's do chi and mana leaked out, and when they gathered together, the arena tower looked like a living beast. It was telling people that this place wasn't a peaceful place. Today, this peaceful place welcomes a person who isn't willing to be peaceful. Wu Yan is also very helpless. Although it's his mission to conquer the arena tower, he just arrived at the Spalier World Academy. He hasn't even had a meal yet. The arena tower won't run away. It won't be too late to challenge the arena tower after he familiarized himself with the Spalier World Academy. It's just that he's not worried about fighting against the major factions tomorrow. However, there's a small problem. Although the people from the various factions looked down on him, he was still a special student. No matter how much they looked down on him, they wouldn't find someone who wasn't a special student to fight with him. Tomorrow, only a special student would fight with him. However, which of the special students in the Spalier World Academy hasn't challenged the arena tower before? The floors are too low and the special students aren't willing to stay. Therefore, most of the special students have broken through the 4th floor and are moving around on the 5th floor. Wu Yan, on the other hand, hasn't even broken through the 1st floor. Wu Yan learned from Feifei that the major factions are preparing to accept his challenge on the 5th floor. If he can't make it to the 5th floor tomorrow, he'll become a laughing stock. Therefore, Wu Yan can only come to the arena tower in advance. When Wu Yan walked into the arena tower, a deafening uproar almost made Wu Yan faint. Looking up, I could see countless arenas lined up in an orderly manner. Some of the arenas were empty, waiting for others to come up and use them. Some of the arenas had 2 people standing on them, facing each other or fighting. The combat aura and magic on their bodies were burning even hotter than flames. Along with loud shouts, they collided with each other. And in the surroundings, there are rows of spectators. A large portion of the deafening uproar came from the spectators. Some are cheering, some are gnashing their teeth, some are arguing with others. In short, there are all kinds of voices. Wu Yan helplessly shook his head and looked around, looking for something. And soon, Wu Yan found his target. It's a small room without doors and windows opposite the exit. There's a magic formation inside. Wu Yan walked towards the magic formation. He doesn't know if it's an illusion, but Wu Yan felt that he attracted a lot of attention after coming here. Could it be that my reputation has already spread to this extent? What Wu Yan didn't know was that because of his special student uniform, the students on the 1st floor subconsciously lowered their voices. That's why this kind of situation occurred. So when Wu Yan stepped into the magic formation and his figure gradually disappeared, the voices here became a lot louder. After a flash, Wu Yan arrived at an independent arena. To be precise, it's a room with an arena. There's not a trace of people around, there's only a person sitting cross-legged in front of Wu Yan. "Welcome, challenger." The first floor master opened his eyes and looked at the challenger who was teleported in. When he saw the person's uniform, the first floor master stared blankly, then his expression turned serious. "So it's a special student. Looks like I'm no match for you." Although he said this, the first floor's owner still slowly stood up from the ground. His body suddenly burned with a majestic do chi. Looking at the intensity, the first floor's owner should be at the beginning of rank 6, which meant that he had just reached level 50. Wu Yan couldn't help but exclaim. The first floor has a 6th rank, no wonder the first floor is so lively. It seems like they can't even pass it. But he's still far from being able to stop me. "Thank you for your advice." Hearing Wu Yan's words, the first floor master immediately tensed up his muscles. But in less than a second, all his muscles froze. A drop of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. The reason was because of a hand that had been placed on his neck at some point in time. Looking at Wu Yan, who was standing 10 meters away a second ago and now standing right in front of him, the floor master bitterly laughed and retracted his do chi. "Pass." Ding. Congratulations to the user for passing the first floor of the Spalier World Academy's Arena Tower. Obtained 10,000 equipment points, 5,000 ability points, and 5,000 summoning points. Character: Wu Yan. Abilities: True Ancestor Bloodline, Sword Expert, Cooking Expert, Complete Memory, Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, Electromaster, LV5, Equipment: Shana, Rank C, Dragon Armor, Rank C, Meteor Storm, Rank D, Summons: Misaka Mikoto, Katsura Hinajaku, Ikaros, Astria, Flandra. Scarlet: Shokuhu Misaki, Kinohada Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Misaka Sister, 20,000, Equipment Points, 31,000 Item Points, 210000 Ability Points, 6,000 Summoning Points, 125000 Level, 67, as expected. Wu Yan heard the system notification. He smiled and looked at the first floor master. "Thank you." The first floor master nodded and said to Wu Yan, "Your information has been recorded in the center of the arena tower. From now on, when you come to the arena tower, all you need to do is to use the first floor's teleportation circle to reach the second floor. Your reward has also been recorded in your record card. I look forward to your next performance." Wu Yan nodded. At the same time, a teleportation circle appeared in a corner. "Go, that's the way to the second floor." "Thank you." Wu Yan disappeared from the first floor master's sight. He flew towards the teleportation formation and soon, he disappeared into the magic formation. The first floor master stared in the direction of the teleportation magic array. After a long time, he sighed and muttered to himself. "Looks like the arena tower is going to be chaotic again. Every floor of the arena tower has a crystal ball. The crystal ball is in operation 365 days a year. It's a screen that has been running since the day the arena tower was built. The main purpose of this screen is to record the progress of the students in Silveria World Institute. Their progress in the Tower of Arena is recorded." When Wu Yan cleared the first floor, Wu Yan's name appeared on the screen labeled Floor 2. The people on the first floor didn't notice. After all, when someone cleared the 4th floor, the crystal ball would notify everyone that someone had entered the 5th floor. Therefore, when someone cleared the 2nd floor, unless they specifically looked for it, not many people would notice it. After all, the entire Spalier World Academy has close to 10 million people. No one noticed that Wu Yan's name disappeared from the 2nd floor and appeared on the 3rd floor. Chapter 316. Ding. Congratulations to user for clearing the 4th floor of Spalier World Academy's Arena Tower. Obtained 40,000 equipment points, 40,000 item points, 20,000 ability points, and 20,000 summoning points. Character: Wu Yan. Abilities: True Ancestor Bloodline, Sword Expert, Cooking Expert, Complete Memory, Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, Electromaster, LV5, Equipment, Shana no Nyamano, Rank C, Dragon Armor, Rank C, Meteor Storm, Rank D, Summons, Misaka Mikoto, Katsura Hinajaku, Ikaros, Astria, Flandra? Scarlet, Shokuhu Misaki, Kinohada Sai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Misaka Sister, 20,000, Equipment Points, 121000 Item Points, 300000 Ability Points, 51,000 Summoning Points, 170000 Level, 67. Phew. Wu Yen exhaled and he put Niatono no Shana into his SPCE ring. The floor master helplessly laughed when he saw this. I knew I wasn't your match, but I didn't expect to lose so quickly. With your strength, you should be able to get into the top 10, right? Are the other 9 rookies as heaven-defying as you? Wu Yen was surprised. You know about us? The 4th floor master laughed out loud and said mockingly, didn't I say it very clearly just now? We need to go out and get some exercise. How could we not know about the 10 special students entering Spalier World Academy? Wu Yen flinched and he bitterly laughed. However, this floor master is not a bad person to befriend. The 4th floor master stopped laughing and became serious. Although I'm sure you've heard this many times, I'll still say it. Your information has been registered in the center of the Tower of Arena. In the future, whenever you come to the Tower of Arena, you can choose to go to the 5th level through the teleportation portal on the 1st level. Your reward for clearing the level has also been recorded in your record card. At the corner of the room, a familiar teleportation formation slowly floated out. Wu Yen, who has experienced this a few times already, knew that this teleportation formation can send him to the 5th floor. The floor master patted Wu Yan's shoulder and pointed at the teleportation circle. Here, the entrance to the 5th floor. This is where special students like you can move around. I wish you a triumphant return tomorrow. Wu Yen helplessly grinned and shrugged. You even know about this matter. It seems like my reputation has spread quite quickly. The floor master couldn't help but laugh when he heard Wu Yan's words. Yes, your reputation spreads fast. It's just that it's not a good reputation. For example, you're an arrogant newbie or a wolf with a big tail. The smile on his face froze. Wu Yen laughed in an embarrassed manner. This made the floor master laugh even more heartily. His laughter reverberated throughout the room. Even Wu Yen couldn't help but blush when he heard the floor master's laughter. He awkwardly walked towards the teleportation circle. At the same time, Wu Yan's name appeared on the 5th floor of the Silveria World Insti, Toots level of the Silveria World Insti, Toots level of the tournament tower. The crystal ball under the projection screen suddenly trembled, and a mechanical voice came out from it. It rang in the ears of the people who were still in the Tower of Tournament, causing countless people to stop what they were doing. Special Student, Wu Yen, cleared the 4th floor. Special Student, Wu Yen, cleared the 4th floor. Special Student, Wu Yen, cleared the 4th floor. 3 voices with the exact same content came out from the crystal ball, causing everyone to look at each other in dismay. Then, a commotion broke out. Wu Yen? Isn't that the new special student who's in the limelight? He cleared the 4th floor? That's impossible. TCH, what's impossible about that? Even if he's a newbie, he's still a special student. What's so strange about him clearing the 4th floor? What do you know? Who told you that a special student can clear the 4th floor? The floor master is a tier 7 powerhouse. How could he be defeated so easily? It seems like this newbie has some skills. Not only does he have some skills, he has at least 8. He just entered the school today, and at the same time, he passed the 4th level today. That is to say, he passed the first 4 levels in a row. How valiant. Powerful. Huh, what a joke. Any one of the special students on the 5th floor can also clear the 4th floor in a row like him. He's just a newbie after all. What qualifications do you have to say that? He's a newbie and he's still a special student. You're not even an elite student. How dare you criticize him? You're courting death. Why can't I say it? I'm still a senior. Oh. Fine, go ahead and say it to him. Why? You don't dare? Hey. Are you here to pick a fight? So what if I am? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Come on. Just like you, let's go to the arena. I'll bet 1,000 credits with you. Come on. I'm scared of you. Similar conversations were happening in the first few floors of the Tower of Arena. Some were praising Wu Yan while others were belittling Wu Yan. It caused a lot of conflicts and the arena was packed with people. In addition to the conversations above, there were also conversations like this. That Wu Yan is already here. Then, will the other 9 beautiful new special students come as well? I really want to take a look. That's right. Those 9 women's appearances have been exaggerated to the point that they look like gods. I want to see if they're really that beautiful. Even if they are, so what? They're special students. Why would they take a fancy to us? That's not necessarily true. Who knows, I might be able to catch the eye of one of them. Save it. Don't you know what you're capable of? It won't be your turn. There must be a lot of people in those big factions eyeing you. Do you want to compete with them? Forget about it. Think about it, since the 9 beauties came with that Wu Yan guy, could it be that they already have some sort of relationship with him? That's true. Sigh, when will I be able to hold a good flower? Pfft, ha 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 ha, don't worry. If it's gold, it will always shine. If it's cow dung, it will always have a few good flowers. Ha 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 ha. Bastard. Are you looking for a fight? You're right. I've been looking at you for a long time. Then come on. Let's go to the arena. Let's go. Wait. What? Are you trying to escape? Who's trying to escape? Let me see your record card. Let's see if you have enough credits first. Therefore, a different conversation brought about the same result. In the arena, there were a lot of people who didn't know each other before. Now, there were a lot of people who were lovey-dovey in the arena. The news of Wu Yan clearing the 4th floor and going up to the 5th floor was drowned out by the huge amount of people. There's nothing strange about this. After all, it's only a matter of time before a special student reaches the 5th floor. If it was an elite student who reached the 5th floor, they wouldn't be so calm about it. However, a portion of the people with ulterior motives had taken the news away, and these people were all from the 9 great factions. They weren't surprised by the news of Wu Yan reaching the 5th floor. If he couldn't reach the 5th floor, it wouldn't be worth it for them to fight him. What they care about is Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Flanderchan, Shokuhu Misaki, Astria, Kinohada Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. Why is there no news of the other 9 special students? Chapter 317. The Spalier World Academy was extremely vast. Just the journey from the villa area to the center of the Spalier World Academy, where the arena tower was located, had taken Wu Yan quite a bit of time. Now, when he walked out of the arena tower, the sky was already slightly yellow. It seemed that dusk would arrive soon, and then it would be almost dark. Wu Yan rubbed his chin and glanced in the direction of his villa. Then, he took out a small atlas from his space ring. On it were the words Spalier World Academy map. His wine-red eyes swept across the atlas. Wu Yan put the atlas away and took out a crystal-like card. This crystal card was a record card. In other words, it was a card to record a student's credits. The credits of the Spalier World Academy were not the so-called credits of Wu Yan's world. The credits here were used as hard currency for transactions, equivalent to money. In the Spalier World Academy, almost all transactions were inseparable from the word credits. Even if you wanted to barter, the other party would tell you in advance how many credits his item was worth. Generally speaking, students who passed the Tower of Arena's checkpoints would receive a corresponding reward for passing the checkpoint, which was a reward of academic credits. The higher the checkpoint, the more academic credits would be rewarded. After passing 4 levels in a row, Wu Yan received a considerable amount of credits. Looking at the number 110,000 on the record card, Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. According to what he knew, passing the first level of the arena tower would give you 10,000 credits. The second level would give you 20,000 credits, the third level would give you 30,000 credits, and the fourth level would give you 50,000 credits. After passing 4 levels in a row, Wu Yan received 110,000 credits as a reward. This kind of credits was something that even the ordinary special credits didn't have. After all, students with special potential usually wouldn't choose to pass the arena tower. Naturally, they wouldn't have as many credits as the other special students. Of course, the young masters and young ladies of the big factions were an exception. They could find some things from their homes to exchange for a lot of credits. Some special students, on the other hand, had to pass the levels separately. Before they could accumulate enough credits, they would have spent them. Of course, the young masters and young ladies of the big factions were an exception. Wu Yan may have a lot of credits right now, but it won't be long before his credits start to dwindle. After putting away the record card, Wu Yan strode towards the trading district. The teaching system of the Spalier World Academy was very unusual. There were no teachers to teach, no books to study, and no classrooms to sit in. The only thing that existed was the students' own efforts. If they wanted to increase their strength, then they had to use all the resources in the Spalier World Academy to move forward. There was no shortage of potions and treasures that could increase strength in the Spalier World Academy. What the students had to do was to earn credits in addition to their cultivation. Then, they would buy all the resources that could increase their strength and use them to support their cultivation. And Wu Yan was doing the same thing as the other students. He would use his credits to exchange for things that could increase his strength. However, Wu Yan wasn't interested in potions and treasures that could increase his strength. Those things couldn't increase his level that was linked to the system. What Wu Yan wanted to buy were things that could be turned over to the system in exchange for points. As long as he had points, then the system would be the only way to increase his strength. He had other plans for equipment. Props didn't have any direct help in increasing his strength. Summoning was even more related to increasing his strength. Therefore, Wu Yan's goal this time was to obtain ability points. In other words, it was to exchange for magic crystals. As long as he exchanged for enough magic crystals and turned them over to the system, he would be able to obtain the corresponding ability points. With ability points, he would be able to exchange for abilities that could increase his strength. And today, Wu Yan coincidentally found out what ability he was still lacking. He had already chosen his target and was only lacking ability points to exchange for it. It took Wu Yan half an hour to walk from the arena tower to the trading district. This made Wu Yan feel quite annoyed. If not for the trading district being an extremely lively place in the Spalier World Academy, Wu Yan would have directly flown to avoid attracting attention. Half an hour later, Wu Yan stopped outside an extremely wide street. There were many trading companies set up on the street, lined up in an orderly manner. On the signboards of these trading companies, there were clear and easy to understand words so that people wouldn't be unable to find the things they needed. Even if they couldn't find it, just standing outside and looking inside, the dazzling array of goods on the counter was enough to attract people's attention. In the street, the crowd was bustling. The fiery popularity was even more lively than the modern commercial streets of Academy City. Wu Yan couldn't help but click his tongue. Walking into this huge street, the surrounding noise almost made Wu Yan lose his bearings. He couldn't even distinguish between north, south, east, and west. This made Wu Yan curse in his heart. With a slight twist of his body, Wu Yan immediately squeezed into the crowd. His gaze constantly swept through the items in the trading companies on both sides. As his gaze swept through, Wu Yan's heart became more and more surprised. He found that some of the rare items here were not inferior to some of the big trading companies in the supply town. Perhaps it was because the Spalier World Academy was different in nature, but some of the rare items were even hard to find in some of the trading companies in the supply town. After being surprised for a while, Wu Yan began to look for the things he needed. Because the things Wu Yan needed were not treasures, they were just ordinary magic crystals. Therefore, it wasn't too difficult to find. After spending less than 15 minutes, Wu Yan found a trading company that specialized in selling magic crystals. Squeezing through the crowd, Wu Yan walked into one of the trading companies. He saw that the trading company was filled with all kinds of magic crystals. The magic crystals flickered with all kinds of light, illuminating the entire shop with all kinds of colors, displaying the function of magic lamps. Some of the larger magic crystals had more intense light circulating around them. There was even a trace of aura on the magic crystals that could be detected. With one look, one could tell that they weren't ordinary items. An old geezer is sitting behind a counter filled with magic crystals. His legs are crossed as he leisurely swayed back and forth. When Wu Yan entered the shop, the old geezer glared at Wu Yan before turning his head away. It's as if Wu Yan isn't a special student but an errand boy. Waving his hand lazily at Wu Yan, the disheveled old man said impatiently, "What do you want? Just bring it up. I'll say this first, there's no bargaining here." Wu Yan's footsteps paused, and he frowned. He was a little dissatisfied. Isn't this guy's attitude a little too bad? Is this how people do business? Aren't they afraid that no one will patronize them? Just as this thought occurred to him, Wu Yan smiled bitterly. He looked at the crowded streets and the various trading companies, then at this place. It was deserted. Apart from those high-grade magic crystals, there was only a disheveled old man. It was obvious that no one would patronize this place, if not for the fact that the magic crystals here were of a much higher grade than those in other trading companies and could be exchanged for relatively more ability points. Wu Yan might have directly left. Glancing at the disheveled old man who ignored him after saying one sentence, Wu Yan sighed inwardly and told himself, "Forget it, what's the point of bickering with an old man?" Wu Yan then walked in front of the disheveled old man. The old man didn't even look at Wu Yan as he extended his hand. "Give it to me, let me see how many credits it's worth." Wu Yan waved his hand and he placed his ID card on the counter. He said, "How many magic crystals are worth this? Name a price." Chapter 318. Sitting on the bed, Wu Yan waved his hand and a large number of magic crystals appeared out of thin air in front of Wu Yan. They fell towards the bed and scattered on Wu Yan's bed. This batch of magic crystals was bought by Wu Yan at the cost of 100,000 credits from that old man with a terrible attitude. The lowest grade in this batch of magic crystals was rank 6, and a small number were rank 7. It's not that Wu Yan didn't think of buying tier 8 magic crystals. After all, the higher the level of the magic crystal, the more ability points it can be exchanged for. However, it's not that the old geezer doesn't have any tier 8 magic crystals but the price is too high. If he does the conversion, he would be making a loss. Therefore, Wu Yan could only settle for the next best thing and buy the rank 6 and 7 magic crystals. In the end, he was left with only 10,000 credits. Picking up a magic crystal, Wu Yan thought of his severely diluted record card and couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, no matter what it was always faster to spend it than to earn it. Next time, let Ikaros and the others challenge the Tower of Arena. It's free credits anyway, it's a waste not to take them. After muttering this, Wu Yan looked at the magic crystals in front of him and waved his hand again. In the next second, the few magic crystals disappeared on the spot. Only this time, they didn't get put away, they completely disappeared. Ding! Obtained 100,000 ability points. 100,000 ability points? That's right, it's linked to the spent credits. Shaking his head lightly, Wu Yan stretched out his hand and swiped in the air. Instantly, the system's projection list was pulled out by Wu Yan like the screensaver of a phone. He tapped on the ability column and skill, talent, and a bloodline columns appeared on the projection list. Wu Yan's hand paused for a moment before he tapped on the skill column. Following Wu Yan's actions, a dazzling array of skill abilities appeared in Wu Yan's sight. The corner of Wu Yan's mouth twitched slightly, an impulse arose in his heart to tap on all the abilities. However, when he thought of his 151,000 ability points that just became 151,000, Wu Yan could only choose to ignore it. After all, even if he used the magic crystals to exchange for his ability points, it was just enough to exchange for the ability he wanted. Dragging on the list of abilities with one hand, Wu Yan stopped. Not long after, a familiar term appeared in front of Wu Yan's eyes. Infinite martial arts, unparalleled martial arts that completely fuses the mind, technique, and body into one. No matter what kind of mental restrictions one is under, one's combat ability will be perfectly unleashed to the limit. Ability points, 150,000. Today, when he was challenging the fourth floor, Wu Yan discovered that he had the bloodline of a true ancestor, and had become a true ancestor. At the same time, he also had infinite vitality, regeneration, and powerful physical abilities. However, he was unable to perfectly unleash his originally powerful physical abilities to the limit. Wu Yan knows that this is his weakness. No matter how you look at it, he's just a normal otaku. Compared to those who have been training and honing their strength since young, there's no way he can compare to them. At the very most, Wu Yan only had the sword mastery ability, which gave him a sword mastery that was not inferior to a sword master's. However, in other aspects, there was no way it could compare to sword mastery at all. If it wasn't for the complete memory ability and Mikoto's constant demonstration, Wu Yan would have needed some time to hone his electromancer ability before he could use it well. If he had honed his skills honestly, there would have been a day when Wu Yan would be able to fully utilize his own abilities. However, since there was a better way in the system, he would be an idiot not to use it. Infinite martial arts was Lancelot's ability in Fate. It was an ability that completely fused the mind, technique, and body and perfectly unleashed them to the limit. It was just what Wu Yan needed right now. In the original work, even in berserk mode, Lancelot's lost mind could still perfectly unleash his own combat abilities under the guidance of his body. One could imagine how much more powerful infinite martial arts was compared to sword mastery in terms of techniques. Moreover, infinite martial arts was not limited to sword mastery. As long as it was one's own strength, it would be able to perfectly unleash it. Moreover, it would grant Wu Yan unparalleled skills and a heart of steel. If he exchanged it for infinite martial arts, although his level would not increase, his strength would increase by a lot. At the very least, Wu Yan's powerful physical strength that belonged to a true ancestor would not go to waste. His combat skills would also be raised to the level of an expert among experts. Compared to letting Wu Yan spend a lot of time honing his skills, it was undoubtedly more worth it. Moreover, skill-type abilities all had a special characteristic, and that was because they belonged to the aspect of using techniques. Therefore, skill-type abilities would directly record the method of using the ability and engrave it into the user's mind. Even if he wanted to forget it, he would not be able to. In the future, if by any chance, Wu Yan's ability was limited, then the skill-type ability would definitely not be limited because the method of using it had already been recorded. As long as his skull was not broken, he would be able to use it. Therefore, when he thought of the ability in terms of techniques, it was the first thing that came to mind. However, Wu Yan did not expect that his 100,000 academic credits would be exchanged for the same number of ability points. Fortunately, when he challenged the Tower of Arena previously, there were rewards for completing the mission. Otherwise, Wu Yan would have to be thick-skinned and borrow from Fei and Lulu. At that moment, Wu Yan clicked on Infinite Martial Arts to exchange. Ding! Obtained Infinite Martial Arts. When the system's notification rang out, Wu Yan's mind also exploded and instantly became blank. At the same time, countless memory fragments appeared out of nowhere and forcefully squeezed into Wu Yan's mind. A sharp pain burst out from the depths of his mind, causing Wu Yan to involuntarily hold his head. The veins on his forehead had already popped out, proving that Wu Yan was actually not having a good time at this moment. An endless stream of memory fragments appeared out of nowhere and squeezed into Wu Yan's mind. They squeezed into the deepest part of his memory and deeply engraved into Wu Yan's mind, supplementing Wu Yan's memory. As more and more memory fragments were accepted into Wu Yan's mind, Wu Yan's expression gradually eased. From time to time, wisps of understanding flashed in his eyes, as if he had understood something. At this moment, the system rang out again. Ding! User's ability, sword mastery, and infinite martial arts are compatible. Sword mastery has been merged into infinite martial arts. Ding. User's ability, cooking mastery, and infinite martial arts are compatible. Cooking mastery has been merged into infinite martial arts. Ding. User's ability, complete memory, and infinite martial arts are compatible. Complete memory has been merged into infinite martial arts. Ding. User's ability, chaotic return to horizon waltz, and infinite martial arts are compatible. Chaotic return to horizon waltz has been merged into infinite martial arts. Character, Wu Yan abilities, true ancestor bloodline, infinite martial arts, Electromaster, LV5, equipment, Shana the Emperor, rank C, Dragon Armor, rank C, Meteor Storm, rank B, Summons, Misaka Mikoto, Katsura Hinajaku, Ikaros, Astria, Flandra. Scarlet, Shokuhu Misaki, Kinohada Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Misaka Sisters, 20,000, equipment points, 121000 item points, 300,000 ability points, 1,000 summoning points, 170000 level, 67, Wu Yan was stunned. Chapter 319. In the sky, the scorching sunlight poured down mercilessly from the big fireball, covering the wide ground. Everything that was exposed to the sun became hotter, telling people how good the weather was today, and how high the temperature was. In this kind of weather, the best choice was to hide at home and eat ice cream, especially the girls. How many of them would be willing to expose their skin to the sun? But today, the Spalier World Academy wasn't the same as yesterday. Many of the students who were supposed to be in their own residences were rushing towards a certain direction. That direction was the direction of the Tower of Arena. It had to be said that although the rumor of a new special student challenging one of the 9 forces was scoffed at by countless people and received unanimous negative comments, it was still a fact that the rumor spread like wildfire. In the Spalier World Academy, whether they were here to watch the show or just to watch, they all had to admit that Wu Yan was indeed the center of attention. Perhaps the higher-ups in the Spalier World Academy knew about this. Therefore, in the Tower of Arena today, even the students who couldn't pass the 4th floor and could only move around the 5th floor were able to see the situation on the 5th floor through the projection of a crystal ball. Today, the 5th floor of the Tower of Arena was also completely booked. The numerous arenas were all empty. Not a single person chose to fight today. The students all chose to be an honest spectator to watch this feast. It was the same for the areas below the 5th floor of the Tower of Arena. It could be said that since the establishment of the Spalier World Academy's Tower of Arena, such a situation had never happened before. In this respect, Wu Yan was indeed a pioneer. Because no one would be like him, declaring war on the Spalier World Academy or the 9 factions of the Spalier World. And just as Wu Yan said, he became famous. At the 5th floor of the Tower of Arena, the members of the 9 factions were gathered around a rather large arena, waiting for the main characters of the day to arrive. Among them was Fei Fei, who led Deadly Forest, Bing Mian and Bai Shi, who led Sea of Icicles and Crimson Land respectively. As for some of the special students from the smaller factions who were not related to the 9 major factions, they sat down in the spectator seats. Countless students on the 3 floors below the 5th floor looked up at the projection screen, waiting for the arrival of the battle. The students on the 1st floor, on the other hand, turned their heads and looked in another direction, towards the entrance of the Tower of Arena. At a certain moment, one of the sharp-eyed students' eyes suddenly lit up. He abruptly stretched out his finger and pointed at the entrance of the Tower of Tournament as he shouted loudly, "They're here." When the voice rang out, all the students on the 1st level of the Tower of Battle swiftly turned their heads and looked towards the entrance of the Tower of Battle. There, 3 figures were slowly walking in. It's Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto. Yesterday, Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Ikaros passed the first 4 floors of the arena tower and obtained the entry ticket to the 5th floor. However, Flanderchan's power was sealed, so she couldn't come to the arena tower. That's why she couldn't tag along. It's not that Wu Yan can't temporarily remove the seal, but who knows if Flanderchan's mind will go haywire again after she regains her power. So, the three of them left Ikaros behind to take care of Flandre-chan and entered the Tower of Arena together. They were worried about Ikaros taking care of Flandre-chan, but since Ikaros wanted to share Wu Yan's burden, she accepted this heavy responsibility without a second thought. The three of them had no choice but to believe in Ikaros' ability to nurse Flandre-chan. The moment Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto stepped into the Tower of Arena, the first floor of the Tower of Arena fell into an eerie silence. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto slowly made their way to the teleportation circle. When they reached the fifth floor, the number of students before Wu Yan's group wasn't as scary as the first floor. After all, there are only special students on the fifth floor. There are at most 1,000 of them, and there are a few otherworldly experts who didn't come. Therefore, Wu Yan's group didn't feel as uncomfortable as they did on the first floor. The moment Wu Yan appeared, Fei Fei immediately led Fatal Forest's members to greet him under the watchful eyes of the other factions. Her actions speak volumes about one thing. She, Fei Fei, is on Wu Yan's side. Looking straight at Wu Yan's face, Fei Fei asked softly, "What do you think? Are you confident?" Although Fei Fei had 100% confidence in Wu Yan's strength, she doubted that Wu Yan would be able to last until the end under the challenge of so many people. At the very least, Fei Fei admitted that she wouldn't be able to do it if she didn't use some recovery potions and treasures. Before Wu Yan could say anything, Chuju laughed and said to Fei Fei, "Fei Fei, don't worry about it. It's good to let him be taught a lesson, right?" Wu Yan's face fell and he rolled his eyes at Chuju. Mikoto was also dissatisfied. Chuju is right. It's best if this guy slips up and gets taught a lesson. Seriously, he didn't even let me fight. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. The last sentence should be your true thoughts, right? Mikoto turned her head. That's right. Seeing Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto still have the time to show off their love, Fei Fei couldn't help but sigh in relief. At least, she didn't see any lack of confidence on Wu Yan's face. Not far away, the people from the 8 factions coldly watched the interaction between Wu Yan's group and Fei Fei. Bing Mian snorted and looked coldly at Wu Yan. "Since you're here, then go on stage. There are many people here whose time is precious. They don't have that much time to waste on a newbie like you." Wu Yan faintly glanced at Bing Mian and chuckled. He walked towards the arena. Everywhere he went, the people from the 9 factions opened up a path for Wu Yan to enter the arena. Standing on the arena, Wu Yan looked down at everyone and then turned to look at Bing Mian with a smile. "Since your time is precious, then go on first. Don't worry, I know your time is precious, but it won't take much time." Arrogant. Bing Mian's face darkened. A murderous aura flashed in his cold eyes. How could he not understand Wu Yan's meaning? He's obviously saying that it won't take much time to deal with him. Let's see if you still have that sharp tongue when you're kicked off the stage. Bing Mian has made up his mind. He won't let Wu Yan off so easily. He's going to humiliate Wu Yan in the arena and then kick him out. He won't let him off so easily. Even though Wu Yan said that he'll join the faction of whoever defeats him, Bing Mian doesn't want to accept someone who's about to die into the sea of ice. Even if there's no evidence to prove that he's the culprit, he'll still be implicated. However, even if he doesn't accept Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto are a different story. Bing Mian glanced at Chuju and Mikoto not far away. In his mind, he was still thinking about Ikaros, whom he met yesterday. Involuntarily, a sinister sneer appeared on his face. Bing Mian didn't notice Wu Yan's cold smile on his face. Wu Yan had been staring at Bing Mian all this while. Bing Mian didn't notice the cold smile on Wu Yan's face. Chapter 320. As Wu Yan stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere on the 5th floor became tense. Everyone held their breaths and the silence was terrifying. The arena was surrounded by the members of the 9 factions. Chuju and Mikoto stood beside Fei Fei in front of Deadly Forest. They looked at the arena calmly. A lot of people saw Hinajaku and Mikoto's faces. Some were suspicious. They didn't understand why they weren't worried about their companions. Some laughed in disdain. in their opinion, maybe the two girls were just blindly trusting each other, while some pondered, could it be that their relationship wasn't that good? No matter how they guessed, they wouldn't have guessed that the two girls didn't trust each other blindly. They trusted each other completely. In the arena, other than Wu Yan, there's only one referee left. Although he's called a referee, he's only responsible for handing over the credits of the duels and announcing the end of the duel. The judge glanced at Wu Yan and the crowd. Now, let's begin the battle for the new special student Wu Yan. Are there any challengers? Everyone focused on the judge's words. Wu Yan looked at Bing Mian. His meaning was obvious. Bing Mian sneered. He looked at Wu Yan and said mockingly, "You don't think you have the right to make me, the second leader of the Sea of Icicles, attack you in the first round, do you? Let's talk about it after you've passed the test." Wu Yan rubbed his chin as if he's thinking of something. He couldn't help but smile. "You're not suitable to go up on stage. You should just stay below the stage. You're the second leader of the Sea of Icicles. You." Of course, Wu Yan is referring to the day when Bing Mian ambushed him. Bing Mian didn't seem to notice that. He thought Wu Yan was mocking him. His face was as dark as a thundercloud. Bishi looked at Wu Yan from afar. He wanted to make a move, but as a cautious person, he decided against it. He decided to observe for the time being. The other 6 factions had the same idea. Therefore, for a moment, the scene actually became a little cold. Just as Wu Yan was about to lose his patience, the judge spoke first. "Are there no challengers?" The judge's words didn't sound fair and strict. Instead, he sounded impatient. What surprised Wu Yan is the fact that the 9 factions, including Bing Mian, are starting to get restless after hearing the referee's words. At that moment, Bing waved to a special student behind him and said to him, "You go up. Don't hold back." "Yes, sir." The special student responded and raised his head. Suddenly, a face full of scars appeared in front of everyone. He was grinning maliciously. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, he leaped into the arena and landed in front of Wu Yan. It was at this moment that the audience saw the true form of this person. The muscles all over his body bulged as if they were exploding. Their surface was shining with a metallic luster. Countless scars crisscrossed his body, making him look particularly intimidating. Even though he was more than 5 meters away from Wu Yan, everyone could see that Wu Yan was like a child compared to Bing Mian. They couldn't help but wonder how he managed to hide behind Bing Mian without being noticed. He grinned maliciously at Wu Yan and said, "Ranked 58th, special student from the Sea of Icicles. Little guy, accept my challenge." Wu Yan nodded and took out his record card. 10,000 credits. "If you win, it's yours." Bing Mian grinned maliciously and took out his record card as well. "In that case, I'll gladly accept your 10,000 credits." The referee spoke when he saw Wu Yan and Bing Mian take out their record cards at the same time. "Both parties, please hand your record cards to me." Wu Yan saw the arrogant leader retracting his ugly smile. He respectfully handed his record card to the referee. That look of his is more of a grandson than a grandson. Wu Yan looked at Bing Mian in surprise. Wu Yan realized that most of the people present were in awe of the referee. This surprised Wu Yan. Wu Yan glanced at the referee. His eyes flashed and he activated the system's perception. Then, he clicked his tongue. The referee was actually at the 8th stage. A 8th stage cultivator actually came to be a referee? Wu Yan fell into deep thought. It seemed that the upper echelons of the Spalier World Academy had found out about this feast. Perhaps they were afraid of unexpected casualties, so they arranged for a referee who could control the situation. No wonder Bing Mian became a grandson. After handing over his own record card to the referee left the arena. Now, there were only 2 people left in the arena. Bing Mian became arrogant once the referee left the arena. He looked at Wu Yan, who only reached his waist, and laughed loudly. "If you're afraid, I don't mind if you surrender, kid." Wu Yan only smiled at Bing Mian's arrogance and looked at him. "All right, if necessary, I'll give you time to surrender," big guy." Ryoshi snickered in disdain and he yelled out loud. A surge of do chi ignited from his body and enveloped his huge body. The powerful do chi created a huge gust of wind that blew towards Wu Yan. It blew Wu Yan's hair into a broom. "Ha ha ha. Die." Li Shi laughed heartily and raised his fist. Suddenly, all the battle chi in his body condensed towards his fist. When the last trace of battle chi fused into his fist, Li Shi's fist actually enlarged by several times. "It's here. Bing Mian's destruction fist." Ha ha ha, once the destruction fist is used, that newbie is in for a bad time. He won't be able to survive without breaking a few bones. Seeing this, the people from Sea of Dense Ice cheered loudly. Even Bing Mian had a smile on his face. Fei Fei, on the other hand, had a serious expression. "This is going to be troublesome," Chuju heard and couldn't help but ask. "Fei Fei, is that destruction fist very powerful?" Fei Fei tightened her grip on Night Elf and said with a slight headache. "It is indeed very powerful. At least, if I take that punch head on, I won't be able to avoid serious injuries." At this point, Fei Fei laughed again. "Of course, although the destruction fist is very powerful, its speed is limited. If you want to, you should be able to dodge it easily." Chuju nodded. At this time, Mikoto's mouth twitched and she said calmly. "That guy, don't tell me he wants to take the punch head on." Fei Fei and Hinajuku were shocked when they heard Mikoto's words. They looked at the arena and they couldn't stay calm anymore. The reason for that is Wu Yan's eagerness to give it a try. Fei Fei was shocked. She took 2 steps forward and shouted at Wu Yan. "Yan! You can't take that punch head on. Even you can't take it head on." Unfortunately, Wu Yan didn't react to Fei Fei's words. Instead, Bing Mian was excited. He was most afraid that his opponent would dodge. Now that his opponent wants to take the punch head on, it's the perfect opportunity. With a loud roar, Bing Mian raised his fist and smashed it towards Wu Yan's chest. Everywhere the fist passed, the air started to burn. It was like a falling meteorite. No one doubted that Wu Yan would be seriously injured by this punch. At this critical moment, Wu Yan raised his hand and met the incoming destruction fist head-on. He met it head-on. After a loud bang, Bing Mian's fist that was as big as a table was locked in a stalemate with Wu Yan's small fist. Chapter 321. Everyone was stunned. Whether it was the spectators or the people from the 9 factions, there was no exception. Even Fei Fei, Chuju, and Mikoto were a little dazed. Almost everyone who knew Strongman knew about his destruction fist. That was a punch that could smash an ordinary person into pieces. In the past, even those rank 8 teachers didn't dare to take this punch head-on. But now, this newcomer actually did. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. They had kicked an iron plate. This is impossible. Li Shi cried out involuntarily. He could feel that the tiny fist that was pressing against his own fist had a strength that was 1 or 2 times stronger than his destruction fist. Li Shi couldn't believe it. His opponent was clearly just a tiny little thing. Satisfaction flashed through his wine-red eyes. Wu Yan is satisfied. One look and you can tell that Li Shi's destruction fist is something that no one below tier 8 can take on. Yet, he did. The true ancestor's powerful body was one of the reasons. Another reason was the infinite martial refinement that he had just exchanged for yesterday. If it was before, Wu Yan wouldn't have been able to take on this punch. But now, with the infinite martial refinement, Wu Yan condensed all the strength in his body into a hard force and directly took on this punch. For the first time, this powerful body of his was able to display its sharpness. The corner of Wu Yan's mouth curled up. Looking at the dazed strongman in front of him, his eyes narrowed. With a light shout, he suddenly exerted his strength and pushed back strongman's huge fist. The hand that was originally in the shape of a fist suddenly changed into the shape of a palm. Wu Yan directly aimed at Strongman's exposed chest and fiercely pushed it. Following a muffled bang, Strongman immediately screamed. His 200-kilogram body was sent flying by Wu Yan's palm. He flew over the heads of the audience below the stage and smashed into the wall of the spectator stand. After another muffled bang, the wall was smashed into pieces by Strongman's body. Strongman's head drooped and he directly fainted. The entire venue was silent. The referee's two hands that were holding the record card swiped twice. The record card that belonged to Wu Yan changed from 10,000 to 20,000. At the same time, the referee raised his hand and shouted, "Wu Yan versus Strongman. Wu Yan wins." Following the referee's voice, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. For a moment, the entire fifth floor was filled with gasps that reverberated in the air. Everyone looked at the fainted Strongman, who had smashed the wall into pieces and hung on the wall. Their faces were filled with shock. No one could say anything at this moment. One move. With just one move, Strongman of the Sea of Icicles, who was ranked 58th in the Spalier World Academy, was defeated just like that. In an instant, many people recalled their previous evaluations of Wu Yan, such as arrogant, ridiculous, and so on. Now, all of that vanished into thin air, leaving not a single trace behind. At this time, if anyone still thought that Wu Yan was arrogant, then that person was an idiot. The referee looked at Wu Yan and said seriously, "New special student Wu Yan defeated Strongman of the 58th rank. I hereby announce that Wu Yan has obtained the 58th rank." Ding! Congratulations to the user for defeating the 58th rank of the Spalier World Academy and obtaining the 58th rank. Successfully ascended to the top 100. Obtained 10,000 equipment points, 5,000 ability points, 5,000 summoning points. Ding! Congratulations to the user for defeating the 58th rank of the Spalier World Academy and obtaining the 58th rank. Successfully ascended to the top 90. Obtained 20,000 equipment points, 10,000 ability points, 10,000 summoning points. Ding! Congratulations to the user for defeating the 58th rank of the Spalier World Academy and obtaining the 58th rank. Successfully ascended to the top 80. Obtained 30,000 equipment points, 15,000 ability points, 15,000 summoning points. Ding! Congratulations to the user for defeating the 58th rank of the Spalier World Academy and obtaining the 58th rank. Successfully ascended to the top 70. Obtained 40,000 equipment points, 20,000 ability points, 20,000 summoning points. Ding! Congratulations to the user for defeating the 58th rank of the Spalier World Academy and obtaining the 58th rank. Successfully ascended to the top 60. Obtained 50,000 equipment points, 25,000 ability points, 25,000 summoning points. Listening to the incessant system notifications, Wu Yan laughed. He couldn't help but laugh. Just by pushing someone, he received a total of 150,000 equipment points, 75,000 ability points, and 75,000 summoning points. If he didn't laugh, then when would he laugh? The sudden increase in points made Wu Yan unable to hide his excitement. He looked at the ice surface. Since the 58th rank gave him so much, then defeating the 25th rank would mean that he wouldn't have to worry about points for the time being. Wu Yan looked at the crowd below the stage as if he was looking at a fat sheep. He softly shouted, "Again." The word "again" angered many of the students of the 9 factions who were still a little afraid. A cold snort came from below the stage and entered everyone's ears. The owner of the snort came out from one of the factions and walked onto the stage. "What's there to be arrogant about defeating the 58th rank? I'm the 49th rank. Let me tell you, the 58th rank you defeated is nothing in the eyes of us who are in the top 50. After saying that, the person took out his record card and got into a battle stance. 5 seconds later, with another muffled sound, another person appeared next to the strongman hanging on the wall. Ding! Congratulations to the user for defeating the 49th ranker of Silveria World Institute and obtaining the 49th ranker in the ranking. Successfully ascended to the top 50. Obtain 60,000 equipment points, 30,000 ability points, summoning points. Again. Kid, you better not be too arrogant. Let me tell you, I'm the 40th rank. Bang. Ding. Congratulations to the user for defeating the 40th rank of the Spalier World Academy and obtaining the 40th rank. Successfully ascended to the top 40. Obtained 70,000 equipment points, 35,000 ability points, summoning points. Again. Damn it. Don't be too arrogant. I'm the 36th rank. Bang. Again. I'm the 34th rank. Bang. Again. I'm the 31st rank. Towards the end, the people coming up to the stage got stronger and stronger. Gradually, Wu Yan couldn't do the same thing as before, where he could take down his opponents in one move. However, these people didn't pose any threat to Wu Yan. At most, they delayed the muffled sound that was supposed to be heard immediately. Then, they went down the same path as the people in front of them. Muffled sounds rang out rhythmically in everyone's ears. Following each muffled sound, a human imprint would appear on the wall. Over time, the human imprints actually lined up in a row. In the spectator stands and at the side of the arena, all the students were starting to get numb to the incessant sounds. This time, they truly realized that the other party wasn't an arrogant person. Even if he was, he also had the strength to be arrogant. Bing Mian's face was ashen. He was panting heavily. Bing Mian told himself that his opponent's stamina would reach its limit soon. At that time, he would be able to teach him a lesson. As Bing Mian thought of this, he did not realize that his eyes were no longer as disdainful as before. Chapter 322. Wu Yan stood in the center of the arena and glanced at the flickering afterimages around him. His heart was calm, as though he had already seen through those afterimages. The infinite martial refinement, the unparalleled martial art of mind, technique, and physique, could give Wu Yan an unparalleled body technique that could turn something rotten into something magical. Naturally, it could also give Wu Yan a mind technique that ordinary people could not touch. The true ancestor's powerful combat ability, coupled with the magical infinite martial refinement, allowed Wu Yan to possess both strength and technique at the same time. Compared to the day before, his strength had increased by quite a bit. If Wu Yan had the confidence to contend with a Stage 8 powerhouse in the past, then now, by relying on the true ancestor's bloodline and the infinite martial refinement, Wu Yan was confident that he could fight against a Stage 8 powerhouse. Which one was stronger? Contending or fighting? No one would not be able to tell. Wu Yan's heart was calm. All the sounds around him had been automatically blocked by him. All that was left was his quiet world and the sound of footsteps on the floor. At a certain moment, Wu Yan suddenly tilted his head slightly. In the next second, a fist appeared in front of Wu Yan out of thin air. It brushed past Wu Yan's cheek and smashed behind Wu Yan. Wu Yan placed a hand on the arm that passed through his shoulder and smiled at the frightened face in front of him. Then, he pushed his palm fiercely against the student's chest. After an unknown number of muffled sounds, the Red Land special student, who had relied on his super high speed to contend with Wu Yan for a while, was sent flying. He followed Li Shi and the others in front of him and smashed into the wall. The referee seemed to be used to it. When the muffled sounds were heard, he raised his arm and announced loudly, "The new special student, Wu Yan, wins." All the students present looked at the wall that was filled with people. They didn't know what to feel, especially the people from the major factions. Other than Deadly Forest, none of them were not feeling conflicted. After all, this was the first time the newcomer had won a battle. Originally, the students from the big forces wanted to stand out in front of their boss and teach that arrogant newbie a lesson. However, at this moment, they had already thrown their previous thoughts into the gutter. None of the top 40 super experts were able to inflict any damage to the other party. What could they do? Actually, they weren't the only ones with such thoughts. The students below the 5th floor, who could only move around on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, were also thinking the same thing. The students who didn't think highly of Wu Yan and thought that Wu Yan was arrogant and conceited tossed that thought away. If someone who was already ranked 31st could be considered arrogant and conceited, then what were they? Wu Yan's strength was finally accepted by all the students of the Spalier World Academy. Wu Yan was truly famous now. A new special student challenged one of the 9 major factions of the Spalier World Academy in less than 2 days and instantly became the 31st powerhouse. It was hard for him not to be famous. Fei Fei had a smile on her face. Her worry had disappeared after seeing Wu Yan's performance. Fei Fei didn't expect Wu Yan to not be tired at all after so many battles. Fei Fei didn't need to worry that Wu Yan would be killed by the wheels. Fei Fei has been observing Wu Yan since the beginning. She noticed that Wu Yan's every move, every style, every move, every step, it's as if he's going through the most meticulous planning. While he's displaying his skills to the fullest, he didn't waste any of his energy. It's as if he was a master who had trained hard for his whole life. Fei Fei had to admit that Wu Yan was much stronger than the last time she fought him in Behurl. At least, Fei Fei believed that Wu Yan hadn't used his full strength yet. Fei Fei raised Night Elf and her eyes flashed with fighting spirit. She looked at Wu Yan and she mumbled. "You're not the only one who got stronger." Chuju and Mikoto heard Fei Fei's murmur and looked at each other with a smile. Then, they looked at the figure in the arena again. Unlike Fei Fei who was worried, Chuju and Mikoto didn't believe that Wu Yan would lose. They were only worried that Wu Yan would fight recklessly and get injured unnecessarily. Unlike Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Fei Fei who were having a joyous atmosphere, the people from the other 8 factions were all having a dark expression on their faces. After all, those who had been easily defeated just now were all their proud battle generals, especially Bing Mian. His face couldn't be described as dark anymore. Or rather, purple would be more appropriate. Out of all of them, he was the one who hated Wu Yan the most. Enough. Bing Mian looked at the wall of people behind him and shouted loudly, attracting everyone's attention. Under everyone's gaze, Bing Mian took a deep breath and walked towards the arena. Finally decided to come up. A pair of wine-red eyes that were originally filled with indifference gradually turned cold. Bing Mian couldn't look at him, but how could he look at Bing Mian? Bing Mian's disgusting gaze towards Chuju, Mikoto, and the others was enough for Wu Yan to hate him. What's more, Bing Mian wanted to set him up. "This time, I'll teach you a lesson." The 2 people standing in the arena had the same thought. Bing Mian looked at Wu Yan coldly, killing intent flashed in his eyes. "I don't want to wait any longer." Wu Yan smiled faintly. "From the start, I've said that your time is precious. Don't waste it. Who can you blame? Just get on the arena and let me send you off the stage. Isn't that better?" Bing Mian was so angry that he laughed. "Is that so? Then I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to send me off the stage." A pair of daggers appeared in Bing Mian's hands. A pair of daggers that looked like they were made out of ice. Wu Yan paused and he frowned. "Rare armament," Bing Mian sneered. "That's right. This is a rare armament. Don't say that I'm despicable. There's no rule against using armaments in the arena." Wu Yan laughed. "No, I won't say that you're despicable." Wu Yan looked around and laughed mockingly. "Your despicableness is already ingrained in everyone's heart. I don't need to say it." Bing Mian was furious. He spun the daggers in his hands and took a step forward, slashing towards Wu Yan's mouth. "Watch me tear your glib tongue apart." Wu Yan maintained his mocking smile as he watched Bing Mian coming towards him. He didn't move until Bing Mian was right in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan stretched out his hand. The dagger slipped through Wu Yan's fingers and was caught by Wu Yan. Wu Yan grabbed Bing Mian's hand and used his other hand to slap Bing Mian's face. Slap. The slap landed on Bing Mian's face. Bing Mian was stunned by Wu Yan's slap. Everyone below the stage was stunned by what just happened. A slap to the face. It was a slap to the face. Bing Mian touched his cheek in disbelief. He could feel the pain at the corner of his mouth. Thick flames of anger surfaced on Bing Mian's face. Bastard! Bing Mian shouted angrily. He waved both daggers in front of his chest and slashed towards Wu Yan's hand. He didn't show any mercy. However, a hand suddenly appeared in front of the dagger and clamped the two daggers. Then, the hand that Bing Mian was about to chop off swung again and slapped Bing Mian's face. Slap! Following the crisp sound of another slap, the two people on the stage came to a standstill. Everyone below the stage felt their hearts skip a beat at the same time. Chapter 323. Silence. A deathly silence. At this moment, no one on the 5th floor, which contained hundreds of people, made a sound. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. No, not only the 5th floor, but even below the 5th floor, in the 4 spaces where millions of people were, no one made a sound. They stared blankly at the scene on the screen, as if they were in a dream. Ice? Saito, the second young master of the Saito family, one of the 12 strongest forces in the Spalier world, one of the Spalier world's Ailu Empire's second young master, the second leader of the Sea of Icicles, ranked 25th. And now, he was slapped in the face in front of all of them. And he was slapped in the face by a new student who entered the academy less than 2 days ago. The crisp sound of the slap seemed to have transcended time and space, echoing in everyone's ears. The scene is still fresh in their minds. When the students in the arena tower regained their senses, the first thought that came to their mind was that the Spalier World Academy will never be peaceful again. The people on the 5th floor and below had a completely different feeling. Forget about the future, they don't think they'll ever be able to calm down again. In the arena, one of them is still swinging his hand, the other is still leaning his cheek to the side. Both of them didn't move at all, telling everyone that what happened just now wasn't a dream. An oppressive atmosphere started to spread throughout the silent 5th floor, causing many people to break out in cold sweat. Some even had the urge to run away. On the other hand, the members of the Sea of Dense Ice were all silent. However, the battle aura and mana on each of their bodies were constantly rising. This was a sign that their hearts were not calm at all. Feifei's expression started to change. After a while, she sighed. Even she doesn't know how to react to this situation. Shiju and Mikoto looked at each other, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even they didn't expect things to turn out this way. However, there's a hint of satisfaction in their eyes. They've been displeased with Ice for a long time. If possible, they'd like to slap him too. As for which faction he's from, it's none of their business. Seeing the disbelief on Ice's face, Wu Yan finally made a move. He retracted his hand and swung it at Ice's face again. Ice finally reacted, his expression changed and he quickly dodged to the back. However, the moment he dodged, Wu Yan's hand moved to his chest. Wu Yan looked at the shocked Ice and smiled. Are you afraid? The second leader of the Sea of Icicles. Bing Mian paused and he slowly raised his head. He looked at Wu Yan with a pair of cold eyes. There was no anger in his eyes, there was no emotion, there was only an infinite amount of coldness. You're dead, Bing Mian spoke as if he's talking about something normal. It's as if he wasn't the one who was angered by Wu Yan just a moment ago. Bang! Bing Mian's Do Chi, which was stronger than anyone else's, began to surge. His Do Chi fluctuated violently on the surface of his body. That icy blue Do Chi actually emitted traces of cold air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to turn into tiny ice shards. At the same time, a powerful aura surged out of Bing Mian's body. Bing Mian raised the dagger in his hand. His face was expressionless as he stared at Wu Yan. No one doubted that Bing Mian would charge forward in the next moment. Wu Yan didn't mind Bing Mian's powerful aura as he curled his lips. However, a glint flashed across his wine-red eyes. At a certain moment, a cold glint flashed across Bing Mian's eyes. He didn't say anything else as he stomped his foot on the ground. His body shot forward and in a flash, he appeared on Wu Yan's left side. The dagger in his hand pierced towards Wu Yan's abdomen without hesitation. However, just as the dagger was about to pierce through Wu Yan's abdomen, a blue-white light flashed in front of Wu Yan's chest. After which, a finger-sized black metal piece appeared in front of the dagger. Clang! The dagger landed heavily on the black metal piece. However, it didn't pierce through as easily as Bing Mian had expected. This caused Bing Mian's face to turn serious. Swoosh! Suddenly, Wu Yan stretched out his hand. With a flick of his finger, a tiny lightning bolt whizzed out from his fingertip like a storm and struck the black metal piece. Instantly, the metal piece transformed into a deadly hidden weapon and directly flew towards Bing Mian's face. Humph! Seeing that Wu Yan was still aiming for his face, Bing Mian didn't dare to be careless after his previous lesson. When he saw Wu Yan's attack, he snorted coldly. The dagger in his hand drew an arc of light, and like a light shield, it sent the metal piece flying. Swoosh! Bing Mian's dagger drew a sharp arc and pierced towards Wu Yan at lightning speed. Even some of the 7th stage practitioners wouldn't dare to face such a force head-on. Wu Yan lifted his head and looked at the ferocious dagger coming towards him. His eyes narrowed. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and slashed down. When the cold light of the dagger was reflected in Wu Yan's eyes, Wu Yan's hand had also slashed down. The force tore through the air and slashed towards Bing Mian's dagger. Instantly, the scene of Wu Yan blocking the rare armament with his bare hands appeared in front of the crowd. Countless people's mouths were wide open and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Ice dagger. A ferocious glint flashed across Bing Mian's eyes. His monstrous dou qi swept out in a frenzy. The dagger trembled and its size swelled up like Li Shi's fist. A rich blue light rapidly gathered at the dagger and actually condensed into a long ice dagger. Boom! Instantly, the ice dagger swept across. Wu Yan frowned and quickly retreated a few steps. The ice dagger brushed past his eyes. The cold air from the dagger brushed against Wu Yan's face, causing Wu Yan to frown even more. His wine-red eyes narrowed and Wu Yan's body paused. This was a sign that Wu Yan was impatient. Hence, in the next second when the ice dagger brushed past his eyes, Wu Yan's body rushed forward. He clenched his hand into a fist and casually swung it to the side. Over there, one of the pair of ice daggers was passing by. Wu Yan's punch was as if he had predicted that the dagger would pass by. In the end, it created a situation where the dagger purposely delivered itself to his doorstep. After a soft sound, one of Bing Mian's daggers was sent flying off the stage by Wu Yan's punch. The situation changed so quickly that Bing Mian and the other students couldn't react in time. By the time they reacted, Bing Mian's dagger had already flown away. Fei Fei and the group of leaders sighed at the same time when they saw the situation, and said softly, "Don't worry. Bing Mian is going to lose." Perhaps, even Bing Mian could see that he was going to lose. He could no longer maintain his cold expression. Instead, it was replaced by a look of disbelief and complete madness. Damn it, like a wounded beast, Bing Mian's remaining dagger went straight for Wu Yan's chest. However, this action didn't elicit surprise. It elicited pity from Wu Yan. In the blink of an eye, Bing Mian's remaining dagger disappeared from his hand. It followed Bing Mian's footsteps and flew out of the arena. The moment the dagger flew away, Bing Mian's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. That's because Wu Yan's fist is getting bigger and bigger in front of him. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew by. A figure flitted past the students below the stage and leaped onto the stage, appearing beside Wu Yan. Chapter 324. How could Wu Yan not notice a living person appearing right next to him? Wu Yan had already noticed the figure when it was flying through the air. However, the figure had appeared too suddenly and Wu Yan's reaction was a little slow. By the time the figure appeared right next to him, Wu Yan had already reacted. However, before Wu Yan could react, the owner of the figure threw a punch at Wu Yan's face. This was the scene that unfolded in the arena. Bing Mian's body was slightly tilted back. his pupils were still constricting violently. The image of Wu Yan's fist was still reflected in his eyes. Wu Yan stood in front of Bing Mian and threw a punch at his face. Meanwhile, the figure threw a punch at Wu Yan, forming a triangular encirclement. Therefore, the crowd of students who saw this scene could not help but cry out in surprise. Clearly, they did not expect that there would actually be someone who would directly go up on stage to disrupt the situation. Furthermore, he had even made a move. Watch out! Chuju, Mikoto, and Feifei couldn't help but be shocked. They really hadn't expected that someone would openly attack a person who was in the middle of a duel in the Tower of Tournament. Even Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. However, he didn't retreat. Anger flashed across his eyes. The fist that was aimed at Bing Mian actually drew an arc and miraculously appeared right in front of his opponent's fist. This was the secret of the infinite martial refinement. Body and skill as one. No matter what the situation was, one would be able to unleash perfect combat strength. Retracting and changing the direction of one's attack was something that Wu Yan, who possessed the infinite martial refinement, could easily do. In an instant, fist against fist, the two fists fiercely hit each other. Boom! A strong gust of wind blew from the two fists that collided. The whistling wind swept across the entire arena. Then, like a storm, the wind swept out from the arena and attacked in all directions. Many people could not help but raise their hands to protect their faces from the strong wind. A cold light flashed in his wine-red eyes. From this punch, Wu Yan could sense that his opponent was definitely a strong person. He was much stronger than Bing Mian. In fact, he wasn't much weaker than Feifei. However, since his opponent had publicly come up to the arena to throw a wrench in the process and even attacked him, there was no need for him to hold back. Immediately, Wu Yan gathered the strength in his body and gathered it into his fist. Bang! An even stronger wind blew from the confrontation between the two fists. His opponent's fist was retreating. It was obvious that his strength was inferior to Wu Yan's. Bang! Following Wu Yan's exertion of strength, the sound of a heavy blow rang out. The figure was forced back a dozen steps by Wu Yan's powerful blow. He half knelt on the other side of the arena. Under everyone's gaze, the person seemed to be numb. He gently clenched his fist and a serious look flashed across his eyes. What a strong body! At this moment, the referee glanced at the person and said indifferently, due to the interference of a third party in this duel, I declare that Bing Mian has lost the right to fight. The winner of this duel is Wu Yan. As the winner's ranking is lower than the loser's, the new special student, Wu Yan, obtains the loser's ranking, Bing Mian. He is ranked 25th. The referee's voice rang out in the 5th level, which had quieted down due to the sudden turn of events. Many people who were still in a daze woke up. At the same time, it triggered a notification from the system, ding. Congratulations to the user for defeating the 25th ranker of Silverio World Institute and obtaining the 25th ranker's ranking. Successfully ascending to the top 30. Obtained 80,000 equipment points and item points, 40,000 ability points and summoning points. Ding. Congratulations to the user for leveling up. Current level, 68. The system notification and the referee's announcement rang in Wu Yan's ears along with the level up notification that he hadn't heard for a long time. However, at this moment, Wu Yan didn't pay too much attention to the two noises. Instead, he looked at the figure that appeared out of nowhere. You, who are you? The person slowly stood up from the ground, and the figure was finally seen clearly by everyone. However, when they saw the owner of the figure, many of them were shocked. Among them, Bing Mian was the most surprised. When he saw the newcomer, Bing Mian was surprised. Then, he was pleasantly surprised, revealing a very obvious look of joy. Big brother. Big brother? Wu Yan frowned. His wine-red eyes focused on the person who came. He activated the system and a light flashed. Bing Ling? Saito, level 68, Wu Yan's furrowed brow loosened up. Since he called you Big Brother, then you must be the true leader of the Sea of Thick Ice, the young master of the Saito family. The person who came was Bing Mian's big brother, Bing Ling. He glanced at the surprised Bing Mian and said calmly, "I'm not the young master, but I am in charge of the Sea of Thick Ice." Wu Yan smiled. Then, his expression turned cold. "Then, as the leader of the Sea of Thick Ice, can you tell me why you are interfering with my duel with your brother?" Bing Ling laughed when he heard Wu Yan's words. "You said it yourself. He's my brother. Since he's my brother, why would I let him get hurt?" Wu Yan laughed and shook his head. His laughter was getting louder and louder. However, it made Bing Ling's expression darken. It was obvious that he was mocking Bing Ling. "What's so funny?" "It's funny. Of course it's funny." Wu Yan took a deep breath and said to Bing Ling, "Saving your brother? What a reasonable excuse. If you didn't punch me, then it would be even more reasonable, right?" Bing Ling's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Everyone saw how he attacked Wu Yan. What else could he say? At this time, Fei Fei came up with Hinajuku and Mikoto. She glanced at Bing Ling and said in a low voice, "Bing Ling, aren't you afraid that the academy will punish you for interfering with other people's duels?" The ice spirit smiled carelessly and looked at the referee on the other side, who was looking at her, and said, "No one is injured, right? According to the rules of the Tower of Arena, if no one is hurt, then I will have to deduct 100,000 credits. I, Bing Ling, can still afford it." After saying that, Bing Ling took out his record card and threw it to the judge. But this action angered Hinajuku and Mikoto. Sparks appeared on Mikoto's forehead. "Oh. That's scary. Miss, you seem to be a very rare lightning magician. Why don't you consider joining my Sea of Ice? I can give you the best conditions." "You." The blue and white lightning flashed even more frequently. Mikoto was furious and wanted to go forward, but Wu Yan stopped her. Wu Yan pulled Mikoto behind him and looked at Bing Ling. He then looked at Bing Ling and said, "You're quite impressive. Your family is indeed extraordinary. However, how many 100,000 yuan do you have that you can deduct from? Don't tell me you want to interfere with my duel." Bing Ling smiled. "My goal is to save my brother. Since I've achieved my goal, I won't interfere with your duel." Wu Yan chuckled and he gestured at the ice with his lips. "If that's the case, why don't you take that piece of trash away?" "What did you say?" Bing Mikoto's eyes flashed fiercely. He wanted to attack, but Bing Ling stopped him. Bing Ling said to Wu Yan with a dark face, "As the loser, my brother doesn't have the right to stay in the arena, but..." Bing Ling narrowed his eyes and said, "No matter what, he's still my brother. If I don't help him, then it's not right. Do you accept my challenge?" Chapter 325. Will you accept my challenge? This sentence immediately caused an uproar among the various forces who had been watching the battle. At the same time, many warmongers were excited. "Brother!" Bing Mian shouted. He wanted to say something, but Bing Ling raised his hand and cut him off. He stared straight at Wu Yan, telling everyone that he was serious. Wu Yan was satisfied with Bing Ling's words. It would be best if he could fight. Otherwise, he wouldn't know who to vent his anger on. But before Wu Yan could agree, Fei Fei whispered into Wu Yan's ear, "Be careful, Bing Ling isn't someone like Bing Mian. Even though they're both level 7, Bing Ling is ranked 9th in the top 10. Wu Yan didn't show any signs of worry when he heard that. Instead, he laughed. "Rank 9? 9 is good. 9 is a good number. That's undeniable." Mikoto reached out and pulled on Wu Yan's sleeve. She's a bit annoyed, but she's also a bit eager. "Yan, why don't you let me do it?" Wu Yan flinched and he shook his head without hesitation. What a joke! If this violent cis cannon goes up on stage, who knows when the audience would be electrocuted by her indiscriminate electrocution. When that happens, it would be fun to play around with, of course. Wu Yan shook his head without hesitation. She almost lost it. "Why? Let me fight one round, just one round. Alright, Mikoto, stop messing around. Hinajuku hurriedly pulled Mikoto off the stage. None of those people are your match. Why are you joining in the fun? Mikoto struggled but to no avail. She had no choice but to be dragged off the stage by Hinajuku. Wu Yan's mouth twitched at the dissatisfaction on her face. Duels and whatnot are only second to Gouda in terms of attractiveness. Bing Ling's gaze followed the girls as they walked down the stage. When everyone left the stage, he looked at Wu Yan with a smile and he repeated the same thing once more. Will you accept my challenge? Wu Yan grinned and he nodded in front of everyone's different expressions. This made the spectating students even more excited. Is the top 10 in Spalier World Academy stronger? Or was this newcomer, who had become famous in less than 2 days, stronger? Everyone couldn't help but be attracted by such a gimmick. Bing Mian returned to the front of the sea of ice. His face was dark. Losing to Wu Yan was a big blow to him. Bing Mian clenched his fist as he looked at Wu Yan. He said in a voice that only he could hear, "Wait for me to use my trump card. You can go to hell then." It was a pity that the so-called backup plan was in Bing Mian's body at this moment. The judge slowly stepped forward and glanced at the two people on the field. After a while, he waved his hand and a calm voice was heard under the expectant gazes of the crowd. Begin. The atmosphere of the entire place exploded at this moment. The referee's indifferent voice was like a spark that ignited a bomb, completely breaking the tense atmosphere in the arena. Boom! On the battlefield, the first to attack was the ice spirit. An icy blue do-chi burst out from his body and his figure turned into a blurry shadow as he charged towards Wu Yan with lightning speed. Wu Yan was surprised by Bing Ling's speed and decisiveness. His eyes became serious. Bing Ling's speed was not something Bing Mian could compare to. He covered the short distance of 10 meters in the blink of an eye. The crowd saw the blurry shadow enter Wu Yan's body. Fei and the others were worried for Wu Yan. When Bing Ling was 3 meters away from him, Wu Yan finally made his move. Wu Yan's feet flashed with lightning. He quickly moved back a few steps and put some distance between him and Bing Ling. This performance caused many people to stand up and cry out in surprise. Lightning element magic. Everyone couldn't help but cry out in shock. It was common knowledge in Silveria that combat aura and mana couldn't coexist. Even the commoners knew this, let alone the geniuses from all over the world. Wu Yan, on the other hand, has been using melee combat since the start of the fight. He's obviously a warrior. But now, he's surrounded by lightning. Did the newbie break the world's knowledge? At this moment, it was the 8th rank referee who muttered to himself, it shouldn't be lightning magic. Do-chi and magic definitely can't coexist. Hearing that, Fei could not help but ask, then what's with the lightning on Yan's body? The judge said, that newbie might have used a do-chi technique similar to the Saito family's ice do-chi. The Saito family's ice do-chi has the ability to create ice. That kid should have used a similar lightning element do-chi. He really hit it well, everyone understood after hearing the judge's explanation. They didn't notice that Chuju and Mikoto's faces were red. They were trying to hold back their laughter. Bing Ling on the stage and Bing Mian below the stage naturally heard the referee's explanation as well. Both of them had different expressions on their faces. Bing Ling's expression was grave, while Bing Mian's expression was one of resentment and unwillingness. After all, this proves that Wu Yan didn't use his full strength when he fought with Bing Ling. On the stage, Bing Ling took Wu Yan seriously when he saw that Bing Ling was able to pull away from him. He wasn't Bing Mian. As one of the top 10 rankers, he wouldn't make the mistake of underestimating his opponent. Bing Ling clenched his fist and a pair of daggers similar to Bing Mian's appeared in his hands. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed when he saw this. He waved his hand and the Ni Dian Shana appeared in his hand. Wu Yan didn't dare to deal with Bing Ling like how he dealt with Bing Mian. He didn't dare to deal with Bing Ling as leisurely as he did with Bing Mian. As the two of them took out their armaments, the atmosphere in the arena reached a climax. Everyone was focused on the battle, afraid that they would miss out on an exciting battle. At a certain point, Bing Ling floated up and he thrust his daggers at Wu Yan with lightning-like speed. Ding! Bing Ling's dagger stabbed the Nidian Shana that had just passed under Wu Yan. Sparks flew and a strong force was released from the daggers, pushing the Nidian Shana down. Bing Ling grinned when the daggers hit the Nidian Shana. He bent his arms and applied some force to the Nidian Shana. He somersaulted in the air and kicked off with both feet. His body shot towards Wu Yan's neck like an eagle hunting its prey. The pair of sharp daggers in his hands brought with it a chilling wind that would make one's skin crawl. Wu Yan felt goosebumps all over his body. Wu Yan raised his eyebrows in the face of Bing Ling's sudden change in attack. Lightning flashed under his feet again and he retreated a few steps. He casually raised the Nidian Shana from the bottom and blocked Bing Ling's daggers. From this, it can be seen that Bing Ling's infinite martial refinement is worthy of the word unparalleled. Bing Ling was surprised that his attack failed. He twisted his body in the air like a fish in water. He stuck close to Wu Yan's body and flew behind Wu Yan. Wu Yan put away his sword and looked up. At the same time, Bing Ling landed on the ground and stood not far in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan's heart started to burn as he looked at Bing Ling. Is this the strength of the top 10 students in the Spalier World Academy? Finally, I can get serious. Chapter 326. Fifth level of the Tower of Arena. Everyone's expression was a little dazed as they watched the two people in the arena. Some of them even showed signs of their eyes popping out of their sockets. This exchange between the two did not last for long. It had only lasted for an instant. However, it was extremely dangerous. If either party made the slightest mistake, the long blade and the dagger would cause the other party to suffer serious injuries. Most of the people in the audience seats were unable to see the degree of danger involved. In their eyes, they could only see the two figures swiftly crossing each other in this exchange between Wu Yan and Bing Ling. Immediately, one of them leaped into the air and landed on the ground an instant later, once again forming a face-off situation. Of course, the special students below the arena clearly saw this exchange. A wave of exclamations involuntarily sounded when the two of them separated. On the arena, Bing Ling gently rubbed the two daggers in his hands. His gaze was somewhat grave as he looked at Wu Yan. In the previous lightning-quick exchange, the latter's extremely rich combat experience and godlike fighting skills had not allowed him to gain the slightest advantage. Bing Ling's eyes flickered as a thought rapidly spun in his mind. The other party's speed and combat experience are above mine. I am definitely at a disadvantage in close combat. The only area where I can beat him is Ice-type Do Chi. In that case, I will use the characteristics of ice to suppress him. Bing Ling's body suddenly trembled as this thought fell. Immediately, a wave of icy blue Do Chi that contained a cold air suddenly surged out from Bing Ling's body. The Do Chi lingered around his body. The icy blue Do Chi was extremely gorgeous. It appeared to be showing off, but its strength was not something that anyone dared to underestimate. Wu Yan raised his eyebrows. The ice palace cover in his hand was gently raised. He was very curious to see what kind of action this Bing Ling would do that would surprise him. Suddenly, the icy blue Do Chi on Bing Ling's body turned into streams of cold air. They left his body and floated above the entire arena, forming streaks of blue light. As the Do Chi continued to surge out from Bing Ling's body, a special pressure was formed from those streams of light. Immediately, it covered half of the arena. Seeing this scene, Bing Mian was pleasantly surprised. He also had ice Do Chi. How could Bing Mian not know what was going on? The oppressive feeling that enveloped the fighting arena was not an ordinary aura. Under this oppressive feeling, regardless of whether it was speed or Do Chi recovery speed, they would all be reduced a little. This was the most unique move of the Saito family's ice combat force. Even Bing Mian himself had yet to learn it. Of course, this kind of pressure didn't have much effect on Wu Yan. His speed might be affected, but his Do-Chi recovery speed had nothing to do with Wu Yan. It's just that others can't see it. No matter how powerful you are, under this pressure, you will be somewhat affected. At the very least, you shouldn't be able to use the speed you did just now. Looking at Wu Yan, who was at the center of the pressure, Bing Ling could not help but laugh. At this time, Wu Yan also felt the effects of the pressure on his body. He couldn't help but frown as he lamented in his heart. As expected of a character ranked in the top 10. If he didn't have any special abilities, how could he suppress those students who were also at the 7th step? Wu Yan glanced at the numerous blue streaks of light. He used Nian Den Shana to slash at one of the streaks of light that passed by. However, it passed right through it as if he was slashing at air. At this time, Bing Ling made his move. The tip of Bing Ling's feet touched the ground and with a swoosh sound, he instantly closed in on Wu Yan. Chi! Chi! Bing Ling did not hesitate when he saw Wu Yan in front of him. His arms shook rapidly and his daggers were like two cold vipers. They drew a series of afterimages in the air and condensed into dots of icy light. Then, he viciously stabbed at Wu Yan's body. It had to be said that Bing Ling's timing was really good. If it had been anyone else, they would have been seriously injured while their speed was affected. Unfortunately, Bing Ling was facing Wu Yan, who had the infinite martial refinement. Ding! 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 With the help of the infinite martial refinement, Wu Yan moved nimbly in a small area. Wu Yan waved the Ice Palace Shana in his hand like a shield, protecting his entire body behind it. The countless dagger afterimages that came piercing over continuously pierced the dark hall Jana. Many clear, dang, sounds resounded in this space like a strange musical note. Wu Yan gripped Niyamoto no Shana tightly, the veins on his arms bulged. The dagger looked light, but when it landed on Niyamoto no Shana, it felt like a block of ice. If true ancestor didn't have such a strong physique, Niyamoto no Shana would have been sent flying by the attack. Coupled with the opponent's concentrated attacks, even with Wu Yan's strength, he found it a little difficult to deal with. Fortunately, such a concentrated attack also consumed a lot of Bing Ling's energy. This storm-like attack lasted for about a minute before it finally slowed down. After a while, the afterimages of the daggers suddenly disappeared, and the pressure on the Ice Palace Shana was also reduced. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed. The Ice Palace Shana was swung horizontally, forcing Bing Ling back. Wu Yan took a few steps back and looked at the panting Bing Ling, feeling a little helpless. This fellow does indeed have some ability. Slowly exhaling, Wu Yan glanced at Bing Ling. After the exchange, he had gained a little understanding of Bing Ling's fighting methods. Bing Ling's gaze was a little heavy as he stared at Wu Yan. He could not help but feel a headache when he saw that the latter did not show any signs of panting. If this continued, he would be the one to fall in the end. No, he could not engage in a battle of attrition. He had to end it quickly. Suddenly, Bing Ling extended both of her hands. She moved her hands and an even denser ice blue Do-Chi surged out from within her body. After which, it wrapped around her entire body. The ice blue Do-Chi continued to spread. Finally, it condensed into a huge Do-Chi ball. Moreover, the Do-Chi ball was contracting and expanding rhythmically, as if it was brewing something. Seeing this strange scene, Wu Yan could not help but raise his heart. He did not want to be defeated because he had underestimated his opponent. Thoughts rapidly circulated in Wu Yan's mind. Should he bring out his true strength? That's right. Wu Yan had not used his full strength yet. From the beginning to the end, Wu Yan had only relied on the magical skill of infinite martial refinement to combine with the true ancestor's physical ability to fight the challengers. Without mentioning anything else, Wu Yan had not fully utilized the electric user's ability. He had only used the electric user's ability to provide some support. It could not be said that he had used his full strength. Otherwise, with Bing Ling's strength, which was slightly weaker than Fei, how could he have fought Wu Yan for so long? Don't forget, before this, Wu Yan had the ability to fight Fei to a draw, let alone now that he had the true ancestor's bloodline and infinite martial refinement. Moreover, his level had risen quite a bit since his duel with Feifei. Now that Wu Yan had completely familiarized himself with infinite martial refinement and understood its power, there was no need to hold back anymore. At that moment, the lightning on Wu Yan's forehead began to flicker, and his aura began to rise. At the same time, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes began to turn slightly, and then they turned gold. However, this gold color only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. Wu Yan's eyes returned to their wine-red color, and even the lightning on his forehead disappeared. It's not because Wu Yan is weak, it's because there's a figure standing between him and Bing Ling, a figure that wasn't there before. Looking at the figure, Wu Yan could not help but sigh, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Another troublemaker. Chapter 327. The ice blue light that filled the arena due to Bing Ling's ice Do Chi seemed to have seen something terrifying when this figure came in between Wu Yan and Bing Ling. Even the speed of the light slowed down by more than a percentage point. The pressure on the opponent also weakened by more than a notch. The effect on the opponent was reduced to a negligible level. At least, that's what Wu Yan felt. This phenomenon shocked Wu Yan. He knew that the reason the ice blue light was suppressed to this extent was because of the figure that came in between him and Bing Ling. That figure seemed to have brought the entire world of ice and snow with her. She was dressed in a special student uniform with a white coat with golden edges. A luxurious hairband decorated with specks of golden ice crystals was tied around her long blue hair that flowed down like a waterfall. She looked as if she was wearing an ice crystal crown, extremely noble and elegant. Under that long icy blue hair was a face that could be called peerless in the world. It was as noble and cold as a snow lotus. Her snow-white skin, under the reflection of her long icy blue hair, was as white as snow. If one had to find a flaw on this face, it would be that on such a beautiful face, there was no smile. Not to mention a smile, even the slightest bit of emotion could not be found. There was only coldness, an extreme coldness that was enough to freeze all emotions. Gorgeous. It also exuded an icy beauty. The appearance of the beautiful figure did not only bring about the stagnation of the ice blue flowing light in the arena, it also brought about a collective stupor for everyone in the arena, as well as the students below the 5th floor, including the girls. Wu Yan is one of the members of the Demented Guild. Of course, the reason why Wu Yan was stunned was different from the other students. The other students were stunned because of the girl's beauty. Wu Yan was stunned because of the information he received from the system. Sylph. Ailu, level 72, level 72. She's a rank 8 powerhouse. Wu Yan's pupils shrunk as he felt a bit of shock in his heart. How could he not be shocked? From the uniform she was wearing, it could be seen that she was a student. A student's identity could be deciphered quite a bit of information. For example, this girl was not yet 25 years old. A rank 8 powerhouse under 25 years old. Lightly exhaling, as if he wanted to vent out all the shock in his heart, he looked at this beautiful girl who is as cold as an ice mountain and bitterly smiled inside. True geniuses still exist. It seems like I underestimated Silveria. I thought I was at the highest level among my peers. Who would have thought that there would always be someone better than me in this world? Well, it seems like I'm right here. After smiling bitterly, Wu Yan felt relieved. The Spalier World Academy is a gathering place for all the geniuses in the Spalier world. It's not strange to have a genius like her. He just doesn't know how many geniuses there are in the Spalier World Academy. Wu Yan glanced at Bing Ling on the other side of the iceberg girl and he laughed in a weird manner. Well, at least there won't be more than 9 of them. Wu Yan, who's letting his imagination run wild, didn't notice that the iceberg beauty who came out of nowhere is also looking at him. Her eyes that will never thaw froze for less than 0.1 seconds for a split second. It was probably because this was the first time she saw someone who didn't stare at her when they saw her. Of course, Ice Maiden didn't know that Hinajuku and Mikoto were slightly younger than her in terms of looks, but Ikaros, Astria, and Shokuhu Misaki didn't lose out to her in terms of looks. Wu Yan, who had already eaten 2 of them, naturally, his appetite grew. At the very least, if she wanted to use her looks to make Wu Yan lose his composure, she might have been able to do so in the past, but now, it's hard to do so. Of course, Wu Yan's performance was only enough to make the girl give him a sidelong glance. Compared to Wu Yan, Bing Ling's reaction was a lot worse. He looked at the girl in a daze. The dou qi that Bing Ling had just condensed around his body started dispersing into the air along with his master's dazed state. After some time, Chuju, Mikoto, and Feifei were the first to react. Feifei cried out in shock. Princess Sylph. The mention of Princess Sylph brought everyone back to their senses. However, after they were called back, a series of screams followed. Princess? Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched when he heard this. When he saw the surname Ailu, which is the same as the Ailu Empire's surname, he guessed that this guy is a member of the royal family. Princess Sylph. Bing Ling couldn't help but lower his head in embarrassment. After all, this wasn't the first time he met Princess Sylph. It's just that every time they meet, he would always behave in this manner. This caused him to feel embarrassed and angry at himself for behaving in such a manner. She's a princess? Mikoto pointed at Princess Sylph with an expression as if she was deceived by the world. It's obvious that the word princess had a huge impact on her. They are both princesses after all. It's just that one is Tokuwadai Middle School's electric princess, the other is Ailu Empire's ice princess. Both of them are princesses, but the difference is huge. At the very least, Mikoto's carefree personality has nothing to do with being a princess. She is indeed beautiful, princess. Chuju has already categorized the word beautiful and princess in her mind. Princess Sylph's icy blue eyes widened. Her expression was as cold as ice. After a while, she spoke with a heavenly voice. The duel ends here, huh? Quite a number of people started making confused noises. Even Wu Yan and Bing Ling, who are still in the arena, looked confused. Bing Ling wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by a frowning Wu Yan. Why? Wu Yan frowned as he looked at Princess Sylph. He doesn't seem to know her. She doesn't seem to be close to Bing Ling either. What reason does she have to stop the duel? Sylph turned her head and looked at Wu Yan. Then, she turned back to Bing Ling. Your opinion? Bing Ling panicked as if he encountered a difficult situation. It seems like Sylph's words and his duel with Wu Yan are on the same page. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. After a while, Bing Ling sighed helplessly. Since it's Princess Sylph's opinion, I have no objections. Sylph turned her head and looked at the referee as if she had expected this. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the referee shrugged nonchalantly. Since that's the case, let's end this duel here. Wu Yan gaped at the judge. He couldn't help but flip the 12 tables in his mind. What's going on? Even if you're biased, you can't be so biased. You're the referee. Where's my opinion? Sylph seemed to have seen through Wu Yan's thoughts. She turned around and spoke with a calm voice. If you really want to duel, wait until the academy event. Wu Yan flinched when he heard this. He couldn't stay calm anymore. Isn't the game the only event? Is the academy having an event as well? Chapter 328. Just like that, an exceptionally exciting battle ended hastily with the interference of the second person. This made all the students, who had been looking forward to it, feel a little disappointed. Of course, if the person who stopped the duel wasn't Princess Sylph, the students wouldn't just be disappointed. They might even have the urge to throw beer bottles at her. No, not everyone was disappointed. Wu Yan wanted to throw a beer bottle at Princess Sylph's head. It wasn't easy to find a worthy opponent. Even his ranking was very high. If he could defeat him, he would be able to complete the fight for a ranking mission. He would also be able to gain a lot of points. Now that the duel ended abruptly, it's as if his points grew wings and flew away. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If his opponent wasn't a cute girl. Character, Wu Yan ability, true ancestor bloodline, Infinite Arms, Electromancer, LV5, Equipment, Shauna the Emperor, C rank, Dragon Armor, C rank, Meteor Shower, B rank, Summons, Misaka Mikoto, Gue Chuju, Ikaros, Astria, Flandra, Scarlet Shokuhu Misaki, Kinohada Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Misaka's sister, 20,000, Equipment Points, 481000 Item Points, 660000 Ability Points, 181000 Summoning Points, 350000 Level, 68. It wasn't until he saw that his character's status had increased by quite a bit that his gloomy mood eased up a little. Whatever, it's just going to be the same when that event starts anyway. Wu Yan looked at Sylph and asked. Your Highness, why did you stop my duel? Sylph turned silent with her back facing Wu Yan. Wu Yan thought Sylph was trying to think of something to say. Who would have thought that Sylph would walk away from the arena? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He felt like he was being trampled by a million alpacas. Seeing how Princess Sylph ignored him, Wu Yan had the urge to push her down and spank her ass. After taking a few deep breaths, Wu Yan told himself not to be calculative with a woman. He mumbled to himself as he walked off the stage. On the other hand, Mikoto and Sylph, who had already reached the bottom of the stage, both of them stopped at the same time. Everyone looked at the two women who were behaving strangely. Countless question marks appeared on their heads. It was obvious that they were confused again. Suddenly, Sylph said, "You are very strong." Everyone was stunned when they heard Sylph's words. When they regained their senses, their hearts were filled with shock. No matter how dumb they are, they finally understood that the new special student who came with Wu Yan has been acknowledged by Princess Sylph. Inside the arena tower, the way the students look at Mikoto has completely changed. There's awe, shock, and even longing in their eyes. Wu Yan was surprised by their reaction. He looked at Sylph with suspicion. Does this Ailu princess have a dark history? Mikoto, on the other hand, wasn't surprised by Sylph's words. She tilted her head and her eyes flashed with battle intent. You're pretty strong too. Do you want to duel me? Mikoto asked with an excited tone. You're pretty strong too. That one sentence caused an uproar among the students on the 5th floor. Is there going to be a battle that will surpass all previous battles? Sylph shook her head at Mikoto's words and walked towards the teleportation circle. Her voice echoed in everyone's ears. All right, let's go. You will have your chance. Hearing this, everyone's expression was different. But there was one thing that couldn't be changed, and that was, Mikoto had become the center of attention. What? Mikoto pursed her lips in disappointment and dissatisfaction. She crossed her arms and said something that made Wu Yan and Chuju not know whether to laugh or cry. It's not like you're going to die from a fight. Chuju rolled her eyes at Mikoto. She then said in a serious tone. However, that Princess Sylph is strong. Hearing that, Fei Fei couldn't help but laugh. She then said something that would shock people to death. How can she not be strong? Princess Sylph is number 1 on the ranking list. Number 1? Chuju and Mikoto were shocked. Even Wu Yan was shocked. Number 1 on the ranking list? That means. That's right. Fei Fei nodded solemnly. She looked at Sylph's back as she walked towards the teleportation formation. Fei Fei spoke in a solemn tone. Princess Sylph is the strongest student in the entire Spalier World Academy. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto lowered their heads and looked at Sylph until she disappeared into the teleportation formation. The strongest. Mikoto muttered. Then, a blue and white electric current flashed in front of her forehead. Her mouth pulled up into a smile. Her brown eyes were filled with excitement. Wu Yan looked at Mikoto and recalled the image of the Ice Snow Princess. His lips also curled into a faint smile. Things are getting more and more interesting. Chuju helplessly face-bombed after seeing Wu Yan and Mikoto's reaction. Fei Fei smiled and said with a headache. 2 problem children. At this time, Bing Ling brought Bing Mian and the people from Sea of Dense Ice over. There are also people from the other 7 factions. Fei frowned when she saw this. She wanted to say something but Wu Yan stopped her. Wu Yan and Bing Ling looked at each other. After a while, Bing Ling said, "Since Princess Sylph has interfered, I will not interfere. I'm sure the others will do the same. Let's leave our duel for the student event." Wu Yan shrugged when he heard this. He looked at the people from the other factions and sighed. As expected, the words of a beautiful woman are so effective. They won't bother me anymore. Bing Ling continued. Of course, a duel is a duel. I still want to ask you, do you want to join Sea of Dense Ice? Big brother. Bing Mian couldn't help but call out. Bing Ling glared at him and he shut up. The other faction's leaders were shocked and started to get anxious. They recognized Wu Yan's strength. He can definitely be ranked in the top 10. Which faction wouldn't want such a person? The other faction's leaders wanted to extend an invitation but Wu Yan beat them to it. Wu Yan looked at the leaders of the various factions and he grinned. I still stand by my words. If you can defeat me, I will join you. Wu Yan's words made the leaders realize that they can't just rely on their mouths. The other special students that followed him probably felt the same way as well. Thinking of this, the leaders didn't say anything. After all, Wu Yan's identity is no longer as simple as a new special student. None of them dared to look down on Wu Yan. Naturally, they wouldn't ignore his words. They exchanged some pleasantries and left. Only Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Fei and the people from Deadly Forest were left. Wu Yan looked at Fei and said, Fei, what is this school activity? Fei pondered for a moment before saying, to put it simply, the academy will hold 3 activities every year to promote the progress of the students. As long as you participate in these activities and meet the requirements of the activities, you will be able to receive rewards from the academy, such as academic credits or precious treasures. And this year, there is an activity called the school tournament. School tournament. Wu Yan, Hinajaku, and Mikoto looked at each other and they all grinned. Chapter 329. A lively day at Spalier World Academy came to an end just like that. Students continuously walked out of the entrance of the arena tower. At this moment, the sky had already darkened slightly. People were walking in groups of 2 or 3 as they chatted enthusiastically about the events that had happened in the arena tower. Wu Yan's achievements alone are enough to make him the hottest topic in Spalier World Academy. Defeating all the challengers, defeating the second leader of Sea of Icicles, fighting with the first leader of Sea of Icicles. And finally, Princess Sylph, the strongest student in the academy. Of course, the most important thing was still the news of the new special student joining the faction. And now, the results were out. None of the forces had succeeded. However, there was another group of people who had a different opinion. They believed that with the current situation, the new special students would most likely join the Deadly Forest. After all, they have a good relationship with each other. In the end, the question of joining a faction got an answer that doesn't really count as an answer. But for Wu Yan, today's day was worth it. Not only did he get a lot of points, but he also got close to 300,000 academic credits. This is a sum of credits not inferior to the mission reward. That's why Wu Yan's smile didn't stop on the way back to his villa. It's already good enough that he got so many points in one day. However, when Wu Yan pushed open the door to his villa, he couldn't bring himself to smile. Instead, he was stunned. Big brother. It's not a surprise that someone is calling him Onii-chan. Flander-chan has always been calling him Onii-chan. However, when she called him Onii-chan twice, he couldn't help but be surprised. Yes. Twice. Needless to say, it's Flander-chan. As for the other one, it's also someone he knows. She's wearing a white uniform with golden edges. She has long golden hair and a small figure. It's Liren. Liren. Hinajaku and Mikoto squealed in surprise. Liren, who hasn't been around for a long time, is now playing around with Flandre-chan in Wu Yan's villa. How can the two girls not be surprised? Chuju, Jijia. Mikoto, Jijia. Little Liren couldn't help but cheer as she threw herself into Hinajiku's embrace. She smiled happily as she rubbed her face against Hinajiku's small chest. It's obvious that little Liren also missed everyone quite a bit. Hinajiku stroked Liren's soft golden hair and couldn't help but smile. It's great to see you so energetic. Little Liren kept nodding her little head, revealing a big smile, telling everyone that she was living a good life, and also making everyone laugh. Looking at Flandre-chan's uniform, Wu Yan was a little surprised. He smiled and said, "Little girl, I didn't expect you to be a special student as well. Looks like you have a lot of potential. If Uncle Gray knew how much potential you have, he would be very happy." Liren puffed up her chest and said proudly, "Of course. Liren is also very strong." Feifei, Jijia and Lulu, Jijia also said that Liren is very strong. Mikoto smiled and asked, "Oh right, Liren, where do you live now? Do you live alone?" Hinajiku also looked at Liren. Special students can get their own villa, and since Liren is a special student, she should get one as well. But to say that she lives alone, they don't believe it. After all, Liren isn't independent yet, and this isn't Academy City. As expected, Liren shook her head and said, "I live with Lulu, Jijia and Feifei, Jijia. I also joined Feifei, Jijia and Lulu, Jijia's deadly forest, I see." Wu Yan and the others understood. Liren turned her head and looked behind Wu Yan, Mikoto, and Chuju. She looked around as if she was looking for something. Where's Sylph, Jijia? Why didn't she come back with everyone? Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were stunned when they heard Liren call her Sylph Jijia. Sylph Jijia? Wu Yan looked at Liren and asked, "Little girl, did you just say Sylph Jijia?" "Yes." Liren nodded when she heard Wu Yan. She tilted her head and asked, "Big brother, you don't know Sylph Jijia? Didn't Sylph Jijia help me look for you? Look for us?" Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto looked at each other. Wu Yan took 2 steps forward and asked, "You said she was looking for us? Could it be that you sent Princess Sylph to us?" Liren nodded and smiled. "What? Big brother and big sister know Sylph Jijia? It seems like she really did help me look for you. That's great." "Great? Not at all." Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He finally understood why Princess Sylph, the strongest student in the group, would stop his duel with Bing Ling. It turned out that the culprit was this little Lilin. Wu Yan looked at Liren helplessly. "Little girl, why did you ask Princess Sylph to look for us?" Hearing this, little Lilin was stunned for a moment. She then said something that made everyone almost spit out their rice. "Huh? Big brother, I thought you were being bullied?" Wu Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes as he looked at Flandre-chan in an annoyed manner. "Who told you I was being bullied?" Little Lilin was stunned for a moment and raised her hand weakly. "That's what everyone said." "Everyone?" "It's everyone from the deadly forest." Liren lifted her head from Chuju's embrace and knocked on her head as if she was trying to recall something. "Everyone in Deadly Forest said that you're going to fight with a lot of people and you're going to be taught a lesson. That's why I asked Sister Sylph to help me get you guys back." Hearing Liren's words, Wu Yan lifted his head and looked at the ceiling. His face was filled with sadness. It's because of the people from Fatal Forest. It's not surprising that Fatal Forest thought that Wu Yan's challenge to all the major powers is a thankless task. In other words, they don't think Wu Yan's chances are very high. When their words reached Liren's ears, it became a matter of Wu Yan being bullied by others. The more he thought about it, the more Wu Yan believed it to be the case. His face turned green, red, purple and white. In the end, all that was left was helplessness. In the past, there were so many special students with so many credits placed in front of me, but I didn't cherish them. It was only until I missed them that I realized that the culprit was actually someone from my own nest. Wu Yan pursed his lips and sighed. He looked at Liren weakly. Then, little girl, how did you get to know Princess Sylph? Princess Sylph is the strongest student in Spalier World Academy. She's the princess of the Ailu Empire. With her strength and background, she should be the leader of the Ailu Empire's faction in Spalier World Academy. And how could such an extraordinary person know little Liren? Furthermore, he was able to accept Liren's request. Hinajaku and Mikoto also looked at Liren curiously. How did Liren manage to hook up with such an amazing person? Who knew? Under everyone's gaze, Liren blushed and stuttered. I got lost in the academy and accidentally walked into Sister Sylph's villa. That's how I got to know Sister Sylph. Wu Yan and the other two stumbled and fell to the ground. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As expected, Lolas are all heaven-defying existences. Chapter 330. Early in the morning, the door to one of the rooms in the villa slowly opened with a soft sound. Wu Yan walked out of his room and slowly walked down the stairs. As he walked, Wu Yan stretched and yawned. There was even a teardrop at the corner of his eye. It seems like Wu Yan didn't want to wake up this early. As an otaku, even though he's no longer an otaku, Wu Yan hasn't given up on the habit of sleeping in. It can be said that waking up this early can be described as a miracle for Wu Yan. As he slowly walked down the stairs, the living room of the villa appeared in front of Wu Yan. There, Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros are sitting at a table with breakfast in their hands. Flandre-chan is sitting obediently on a chair with a piece of cake in her mouth. Oni-chan. The first one to notice Wu Yan's appearance is Flandre-chan. Flandre-chan was stunned for a moment before a smile bloomed on her face. She quickly stood up from her chair and shouted loudly before throwing herself at Wu Yan. Seeing Flandre-chan's four limbs spread out and throwing herself at him, Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't dare delay. His originally lazy footsteps quickened and he reached out to catch Flandre-chan in his arms. Flandre-chan giggled and subconsciously rubbed her face against Wu Yan's chest. What she didn't know is that her mouth is full of cream. Wu Yan was shocked and quickly grabbed Flandre-chan's head to prevent her from being attacked by the cream. Looking at the slightly dissatisfied Flandre-chan, Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I say, Flandre-chan, your mouth is full of cream and you're still rubbing your face against my chest. You're so naughty. Flandre-chan touched the corner of her mouth and she giggled bashfully. Wu Yan chuckled and he pinched Flandre-chan's nose lovingly. Then, he wiped the corner of her mouth. After helping Flandre-chan tidy up, Wu Yan turned to look at Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros. What he saw made Wu Yan speechless. He saw Chuju and Mikoto staring at him like they've seen a ghost. Even Ikaros looked a little sluggish. Why are you girls looking at me like that? Being stared at with such weird looks, Wu Yan couldn't help but grumble. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and said in surprise. Did you take the wrong medicine? Wu Yan almost choked to death on his own saliva as he shouted out loud. Why did you say that? The two girls rolled their eyes at him. Chuju stood up and walked to Wu Yan's side. She sized up Wu Yan while circling around him. Her beautiful pink hair swayed around Wu Yan's body and a familiar scent wafted into Wu Yan's nose. It's just that at this time, Wu Yan wasn't in the mood to taste it. Why are you up so early today? I thought you wouldn't wake up until the sun is high above your head? Wu Yan's mouth twitched and he laughed dryly. Are you exaggerating? Have I never woken up early before? Hinajaku paused and her gem-like eyes stared straight into Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. She expressed her thoughts without saying a word. Wu Yan admitted defeat under Kaishu-sama's stare. If he wasn't carrying Flandre-chan, Wu Yan would have raised his hands and surrendered. All right, I do have something to do today, I knew it. Chuju huffed and returned to Mikoto's side to continue munching on her breakfast. Mikoto propped one leg on top of her own thigh and crossed her legs. Originally, this action was supposed to ruin her image, but when it was done by Mikoto, it gave people a pleasing feeling. Looking at Wu Yan in confusion, Mikoto asked. Yan, what's the matter that requires you to sacrifice your sleeping time? Wu Yan carried Flandre-chan and sat down in front of the two girls. Ikaros immediately handed over a portion of breakfast and placed it in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. As if he's rewarding her, he reached out and patted her head. Ikaros couldn't help but squint her eyes, her indigo pupils were filled with joy. She seems to like Wu Yan's reward. After that, Wu Yan picked up a serving of breakfast. He crushed a bit of it and fed it to Flandre-chan while telling Hinajuku and Mikoto what he had in mind. I heard from Fei-Fei yesterday that the school's weekly auction will be held today. I'd like to go take a look. Auction. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other. There's a similar expression in their eyes. It's a strange one. Hearing the word auction from Wu Yan's mouth, the two girls couldn't help but recall the auction they attended when they first left Butler Whirlwind's world. The two women didn't forget how torturous the auction was. Therefore, when they heard the words auction, the two women didn't want to go out at all. On the other hand, when Flandre-chan in Wu Yan's arms heard the word auction, her wine-red eyes lit up. It's filled with excitement. The only thing missing is the word, I want to go. Oniai-chan, is the auction fun? Flandre-chan tugged at Wu Yan's sleeve, looking at Wu Yan with an expectant gaze. Paired with her delicate face, she's indescribably cute. Resisting the urge to rub her cheeks, Wu Yan bitterly smiled. Flandre-chan, the auction isn't for fun, then what is it for? It's for buying things. Wu Yan said. Flandre-chan lost interest when she heard that it's not for fun. She said in a disappointed tone. Then Flandre-chan should stay at home and play. Stay at home and play. Wu Yan looked at Flandre-chan in surprise. Is there anything fun at home? Flandre-chan put on a big smile and nodded heavily at the suggestion. Yeah. Lilin-chan, come play with Flandre-chan later. I see. Wu Yan rubbed Flandre-chan's head and looked at Mikoto and Chuju. What about you two? Wanna go? The two girls shook their heads. We'll pass. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's just an auction, is there a need to make such a big fuss? Chuju and Mikoto realized that they've lost their composure and smiled awkwardly. Mikoto quickly changed the topic. Yen, are you going to the auction because you have something to sell? Wu Yan shook his head and smiled. No, it's the opposite this time. I'm going to bid for something. Hinajuku couldn't help but be surprised. You're interested in otherworldly items too? I thought you were only interested in the items in the system. Wu Yan shrugged. Well, I guess you're right. There's a piece of equipment that I really want, but I don't have enough equipment points. So, I'm thinking of getting some armaments to exchange for equipment points, and at the same time, I can increase its power. Increase its power? Wu Yan's explanation obviously confused the two girls. Wu Yan chuckled when he saw their puzzled expressions. He didn't answer them and instead, he opened up the system list and clicked on the equipment option. He dragged it out for a bit. Soon, a piece of special equipment appeared in front of the two girls. Gate of Babylon, unique equipment. A sword in the shape of a key that connects to the Golden City. Able to connect to a treasure vault with its own space, the Golden City. Able to freely take out or store items from the Gate of Babylon. Also able to use the equipment in the Gate of Babylon like bullets for shooting and battle. The stronger the equipment in the Gate of Babylon, the more types of equipment, the higher the level of the Gate of Babylon, and the more powerful it is. Note, starting level is D rank, maximum level is A rank, 500,000 equipment points. Chapter 331. Silveria World Institute's auction is only held once a week. Every time it's held, the items up for auction would be extremely rare items such as rare armaments, battle techniques and spells for Tier 7 warriors and mages, or even items that can be used to aid in cultivation. Due to the special nature of the Spalier World Academy, the resources transported from all over the Spalier world would appear at the auction every week. It could be said that the Spalier World Academy's auction was definitely one of the largest in the world. This wasn't surprising. If it wasn't for this kind of auction, it wouldn't have been able to attract the young masters and young ladies from the various factions. Therefore, on this day of the week, which was also the day of the auction, the popularity of the Arena Tower, the Trading District, and the Trading District, which were supposed to be the most popular places among the students, would decrease a lot. This was because the students would flock to the auction house. Therefore, on the way to the auction house, Wu Yan felt that the people around him were getting denser and denser. According to the information on the map, Wu Yan arrived at the auction house. When Wu Yan saw the auction house, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a little shocked. This auction house was a little too big. Wu Yan estimated that the auction house in front of him was at least 10 times bigger than the one in the supply town. It was inconceivably big. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was only natural. After all, the Spalier World Academy had a total of 10 million students. Well, although most of the students didn't have enough credits because they weren't doing well, they wouldn't come to the auction house. However, at the very least, the people from the 9 great powers wouldn't be lacking in credits. While Wu Yan was paying attention to the auction house in front of him, the students around him were paying attention to him. They were all looking at Wu Yan with faces full of surprise. Look! It's that newcomer. You still call him a newcomer? He's a powerhouse in the top 25. He even tied with the leader of the Sea of Icicles, who's ranked 9. That's right. If things had continued that day, he might have been the final winner. At the very least, he can be ranked in the top 10. I really don't know which force will benefit from such an expert in the end. That's right. If any force can get a top 10 ranker, then they'll really be rich. As the discussion progressed, the voices of the surrounding students grew louder and louder. In the end, even Wu Yan, who was paying attention to the construction of the auction house, could hear them. Wu Yan couldn't help but frown when he heard the noise. After hearing a part of it, Wu Yan felt helpless. Great, now he's really famous. However, it was too noisy. Looking at the auction house not far away, Wu Yan suddenly swayed. Under everyone's astonished gazes, his body gradually blurred until it disappeared. His body turned into an afterimage. Wu Yan used all kinds of unimaginable postures to force his way through the dense crowd and arrived at the entrance of the auction house. This also allowed Wu Yan to discover another use of the infinite martial refinement. It's just that it's a little speechless. Just as Wu Yan was about to walk into the auction house, a familiar voice rang out, "Yan, you're here." Lulu appeared out of nowhere and arrived in front of Wu Yan. Her eyes were squinted into crescents, seemingly happy. Behind Lulu, Feifei led a group of Fatal Forest students over. As she walked, she waved the night elf in her hand at Wu Yan, greeting Wu Yan. Wu Yan smiled and looked at Lulu and Feifei. He then looked at the large group of supporters behind the 2 girls and said with amusement, "Yo," as expected of people with status and status. This show of extravagance, Lulu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her small hand fiercely slapped Wu Yan and pouted in dissatisfaction. Feifei shook her head and jokingly said, "If you like, I can let you have fun, no need, no need." Wu Yan hurriedly shook his head. "If you really let me have this show of extravagance, your supporters will tear me to pieces." Feifei immediately retorted after hearing Wu Yan's words. "Tear you to pieces? Our deadly forest doesn't have that kind of ability. You're ranked 25th, and you're even able to tie with the ice spirit. Who else can do that?" Wu Yan immediately laughed embarrassedly. Lulu used her foot to pick up a small rock on the ground and unwillingly pulled on Wu Yan's sleeve. She pitifully wiped away the tears in her eyes. "You're really annoying. When we first met, you were still a weak barbarian. Now, you've become so much stronger than me. Tell me, did you eat some kind of drug that turned you into a Superman?" Wu Yan sweated when he heard Lulu's words. Feifei covered her mouth and chuckled. At this time, the 3 of them looked like friends who had been together for many years. They were happily chatting. Of course, while Wu Yan was happy, Feifei and Lulu were happy, there were some people who were unhappy. These people were naturally the people from Fatal Forest. The female students were fine. They were all looking at the three of them enviously. They didn't know when they would be able to join the world of people at that level. The male students, on the other hand, were all envious and jealous. Their faces were twisted into one word, and that was jealousy. Girls like Feifei and Lulu who had extraordinary looks and a powerful background. Which man wouldn't be tempted? The males in Fatal Forest even treated Feifei and Lulu as their goddesses. Now, their goddesses were talking and laughing with another man. Their intimacy level was off the charts in front of them. If this wasn't the time to be jealous, when would it be? Of course, jealousy was considered good in Fatal Forest. There was one person who had resentment written all over his face. His eyes were fixed on Wu Yan and he was almost on the verge of bursting into flames. This person was none other than Hughes. When he thought about how the commoner that he had looked down on had not only defeated him and won the favor of Feifei and Lulu, but also became a super celebrity in the Spalier World Academy in the blink of an eye, Hughes had the urge to kill someone. However, no matter how much resentment he had or how much he struggled, he would never be able to catch Wu Yan's attention. While Wu Yan was chatting with Lulu and Feifei, on the other side of the crowd, the students suddenly parted to the side and opened up a path. This attracted the attention of Wu Yan and the others. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Bing Ling and Bing Mian led the people from Sea of Dense Ice out of the crowd and arrived at the entrance of the auction house. Bing Ling and Bing Mian also noticed Wu Yan, Feifei and Lulu. Bing Ling nodded at Wu Yan and the others as a form of greeting before walking into the auction house. After all, his relationship with Wu Yan wasn't exactly friendly. As for Bing Mian, he was in a much worse state. When he saw Wu Yan, his eyes turned cold and gloomy. After all, not only was he publicly slapped by Wu Yan that day in the arena, his ranking was also taken away from him. He had to put in a lot of effort before he was able to get his ranking back from a challenge. However, he was only ranked 28th this time. Bing Mian glared at Wu Yan and clicked his tongue before walking into the auction house. If one looked closely, they would notice that Bing Mian's face was a little pale and his steps were a little weak. Lulu couldn't help but make a face at Bing Mian. That guy is still so annoying. Feifei nodded thoughtfully. Bing Mian is a very narrow-minded person. You humiliated him in front of everyone that day. I wonder if he's plotting something. Wu Yan smiled casually. His wine-red eyes turned slightly and a golden light flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 332. After entering the auction house, Wu Yan realized that it was much more spacious than it looked from the outside. Unlike the auction house in the supply town, which had more and more seats, the Spalier World Academy's auction house was more like a stage. At the very front, there was a tall platform with a small table and wooden mallet that were used exclusively by auction houses. Opposite the platform, there were rows of seats. On the high walls on both sides, there were also seats that looked like VIPs. They were placed on the platform and hung there like balconies. Of course, the balcony seats on both sides of the high wall weren't VIP seats. The Spalier World Academy doesn't do that either. There were a total of 100 seats for the people who were ranked. Wu Yan, who was ranked 25th, was also qualified to use those seats. However, Wu Yan and Feifei didn't want to go up there. It's not that they didn't want to get special treatment, it's just that Lulu was still here. Lulu pulled Feifei and Wu Yan's sleeves with a pitiful look. Wu Yan and Feifei couldn't make up their minds to go up there and enjoy the seats. In the end, they could only follow the people from Deadly Forest and sit in the lower seats. Of course, even though the feng shui of the seats wasn't as good as the ones above, it wasn't bad either. Deadly Forest's name was quite famous in the Spalier World Academy. Therefore, Wu Yan, Feifei, and Lulu still managed to get to the front of the feng shui seats. On the left was Lulu, and on the right was Feifei. Wu Yan sat in the middle under everyone's envious, jealous, and hateful gazes. His expression was indescribably calm. If one were to describe their gazes of envy and jealousy as sharp arrows, then Wu Yan's skin would have been tempered by these arrows to the point that his bones would be as tough as steel. Compared to the girls of Tokuwadai who have turned black, he's just too weak. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Yan, Feifei, and Lulu chatted until the auction finally started. For some reason, the auctioneers in the Spalier world were always old men with white hair and a face full of wrinkles, not cute girls. However, the scale of the Spalier World Academy's auction was incomparable to the one in the supply town. It was just the beginning, but one treasure after another appeared in front of Wu Yan, leaving Wu Yan dumbfounded. For example, the rank 7 combat technique that was supposed to be the finale in the supply town was put up for auction right from the start. What made him speechless was that other than the normal and elite students, no one else participated in the bidding for the rank 7 combat technique. Another example would be the Volkswagen armaments that Wu Yan auctioned off as the finale item. Here, one after another, the staff in charge of setting up the items are casually tossing them onto the stage. Wu Yan couldn't bear to watch this any longer. Looking at the Volkswagen armament on the stage that was auctioned for 5,000 credits, Wu Yan glanced at the number, 280,000 on his record card and calmly called out, 10,000. Following Wu Yan's voice, the auction house that was getting rowdy due to the constant bidding suddenly quieted down. Not a single person dared to make a sound. Wu Yan was a little surprised. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's going on? Perhaps seeing Wu Yan's confusion, Feifei smiled and said, "You are now a big celebrity in the academy. You have the strength to rank in the top 10. No one would risk offending you for a Volkswagen armament." When Feifei said that, Wu Yan understood. However, he still didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Well, the result was pretty good anyway. On the other side, Bing Mian slowly sat down at the seats reserved for the powerhouses. He looked at his elder brother who had stopped him when he was about to call out a price. Bing Mian grumbled in dissatisfaction. "That's right. Brother, why did you stop me?" Hearing this, the ice spirit snorted coldly and said rudely, "Are you stupid? Even if you have a grudge against Wu Yan, don't you think it's too low class to do something like that for a Volkswagen armament?" Bing Mian said unhappily, "Why not? With my credits, compared to that upstart, it's more than enough." Bing Ling couldn't help but laugh coldly. "Then they'll find a chance to slap you twice. The next day, the entire Silveria World Institute will be talking about how you, the second leader of the Sea of Icicles, got slapped for offending someone because of a common armament," Bing Ling said in a disappointed tone. Bing Mian was stunned and his face turned red. Bing Ling sighed and looked at Wu Yan. He said to Bing Mian, "If you don't like it, work hard and improve your strength. Go to the arena and get your revenge. Don't play dirty tricks all the time. You won't be able to achieve anything if you do that." Bing Mian trembled as he said, "Understood." Bing Mian was still very afraid of his big brother. As for whether Bing Mian listened to Bing Ling's words, only Bing Mian himself would know. With the passage of time, one item after another was brought up to the stage by the staff. Then, they were taken away by the students one by one. Wu Yan managed to get quite a number of armaments as well. However, they are all common grade armaments. Still, they are cheap, right? Spending a total of 100k credits, Wu Yan bought close to 20 mass armaments. Whenever an armament appears, Wu Yan would immediately bid on it, causing everyone to be puzzled. It was strange, wasn't it? He was clearly a peak rank 7 powerhouse, and his strength could be ranked in the top 10 of the school. If such a person wanted to bid, he would at least bid for the rare armaments, right? To the point that for some of the absolute powerhouses of the 7th level, competing for a gold armament was something that was absolutely possible. However, Wu Yan kept buying Volkswagen armaments. If it was 1 or 2, it could be pardoned. If it was 3 or 4, it could be explained. However, if it was 10 or 20, it was a little strange. At this moment, Wu Yan once again became the target of everyone's attention. Everyone looked at Wu Yan with doubtful, puzzled, or mocking gazes. However, they all looked like they didn't know what's going on. Even Feifei and Lulu weren't spared. Lulu couldn't help but feel puzzled. She elbowed Wu Yan and whispered, "Yan, why are you buying so many Volkswagen armaments?" "Don't tell me." Lulu revealed a shocked expression. She said in disbelief, "You formed an army to conquer Ailu Empire. Are you replenishing your troops now?" Wu Yan's hands trembled and his legs gave way. He almost fell to the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that he was sitting in his seat, Wu Yan would have died in front of everyone. Wu Yan lightly sighed and knocked Lulu's head. Lulu clutched her head. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Lulu and said, "I really don't know what's in that head of yours. You can even think of such a reason." Lulu rubbed her head with tears in her eyes. She said timidly, "Then why are you buying so many Volkswagen armaments?" Feifei also revealed a curious expression. She looked at Wu Yan. Feifei thought she knew Wu Yan better than anyone else. She knew Wu Yan must have a reason for doing so. It's just that she couldn't figure it out. Wu Yan looked at the two women's different but similar expressions. He smiled and looked at another Volkswagen armament on the stage. He rubbed his chin and pretended to be serious. Maybe he's really collecting Volkswagen armaments to conquer Ailu Empire? Feifei and Lulu rolled their eyes at Wu Yan. Wu Yan laughed out loud. Chapter 333. As time passed, the atmosphere of the auction gradually reached its peak. One by one, the auction items were auctioned off. Towards the end, the quality of the auctioned items got higher and higher. At this time, the common armaments had already been auctioned off. Some of the more precious items were also placed on the table. Most of the people who participated in the auction at the beginning were ordinary and elite students. After all, a certain level of strength would be matched with certain items. Following the appearance of some rare treasures, these ordinary and elite students were completely reduced to spectators, with the exception of a few rich young masters. Of course, the appearance of the rare items was accompanied by armaments. When the rare armament was put on the table, Wu Yan's spirit was lifted. If the common armaments were used to exchange points for the system, then the rare armament would be used by Wu Yan to replenish his Gate of Babylon. Anyone who had seen Fate would know how powerful Kai Bao of Wang was. It had almost become Gilgamesh's signature. With Kai Bao of Wang, Gilgamesh was able to become the best of the best among the heroic spirits. If it wasn't for the Gate of Babylon, with Gilgamesh's ability points, he would only be a second-rate heroic spirit. At most, he would be able to use his EA and use his ultimate skills. That's it, of course, that was because there were so many noble artifacts in the Gate of Babylon for him to use. If the Gate of Babylon was empty, then this awesome noble artifact would be useless. At most, it could be used as an infinitely large spatial item. Wu Yan was facing such a situation. Gate of Babylon, unique equipment. A sword in the shape of a key that connects to the Golden City. It can be connected to a treasure vault that has its own space, which is the Golden City. It can be used to take out or store items from the treasure vault. It can also be used to shoot and fight like bullets. The stronger the equipment in the Gate of Babylon is, the more powerful the Gate of Babylon is. The stronger the equipment in the Gate of Babylon is, the more powerful the Gate of Babylon is. Note, the starting level is rank D, the highest level it can reach, 500,000 equipment points. In the equipment interface, the introduction of the Gate of Babylon was very clear. The stronger the equipment in the Gate of Babylon, the more types there were, the higher the level of the Gate of Babylon, and the more powerful it would be. Without the equipment, the Gate of Babylon would at most be a D-rank equipment. When Wu Yan chose the Gate of Babylon, he hesitated. If he chose the Gate of Babylon, it would mean that he would have to start raising a big boss. He would have to rack his brains every day to obtain armaments and equipment to increase the power of the Gate of Babylon. Otherwise, a special equipment would have to be left unused. However, when Wu Yan saw the number of zeros behind the legendary armament, Wu Yan, he decided to exchange for the Gate of Babylon. At least, it would be more practical to replenish the equipment of the Gate of Babylon than to earn so many equipment points, even though it would take a lot of time and money to upgrade the Gate of Babylon to the level of Golden Sparkle in the original Fate book. It would take some time and money. Indeed, it would take a lot of money. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes stared at the rare armament on the stage. He heard the auctioneer say, 45,000 going once, 45,000 going twice. The corner of his mouth twitched. He had no choice but to bid 50,000. Only then did he win the rare armament. The number on the record card in his hand has changed from 280,000 half an hour ago to 130,000 now. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel emotional. He thought he was already considered a tycoon. Who would have thought that he would be able to accept reality in half an hour? This made Wu Yan very sad. When Wu Yan accidentally glanced at the record card in Feifei's hand that showed 1000000, Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. He felt even sadder. Of course, Wu Yan's credits aren't small either. At the very least, he squandered 150,000 credits. In the eyes of the normal, elite and most of the special students, he's already a tycoon. It's just that, compared to Lulu and Feifei who came from big factions, he can't compare to them. Plus, no matter how many credits he has, if he squanders like this, it's only a matter of time before he runs out of credits. Fortunately, rare armaments were only considered to be of a higher grade in the Spalier World Academy where the resources from all over the Spalier world were gathered. Moreover, there were countless descendants of powerful families and super geniuses in the Spalier World Academy. Otherwise, with Wu Yan's credits, this rare armament would have been his limit. In the Spalier World Academy, there were no less than 1,000 special students. Among them, less than 100 were special students with potential. The rest were all strong. They were all Tier 7. As for the Tier 7 special students, which one of them didn't have a rare armament? As a result, the value of rare armaments in the Spalier World Academy decreased by a lot. If it appeared outside of the Spalier World Academy, it would be sold at a sky-high price in a city. Therefore, in the Spalier World Academy, expensive things became cheap things became expensive, and even more expensive things became unimaginable. This kind of situation appeared very quickly. When Wu Yan used his last 130,000 credits to bid for the two rare armaments, the staff members who were moving the auction items all disappeared. There were no more auction items. Just like before, they were placed on the stage one after another. Instead, a white-haired old man walked out from behind the curtain. In his hand, he was holding a box. On the side, Feifei and Lulu's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at the box in the old man's hand, their expressions became serious. Even their backs straightened a lot. It was as if something incredible was about to appear. Not only Feifei and Lulu, but Wu Yan also sensed that many people in the auction house were shocked when they saw the box in the old man's hand. They were all ready to go. Their bodies were tense, and they didn't even dare to say a word. And this group of people, like Feifei and Lulu, were all people of great power in the Spalier World Academy. Following the appearance of the box, the air was filled with the aura of a coming storm. Many people's faces were filled with eagerness and impatience. Their eyes were filled with greed as they looked at the box. Seeing this situation, Wu Yan couldn't help but frown. Looking at Feifei and Lulu who were also like this, his frown deepened. His eyebrows even raised. He was extremely surprised. At that moment, Wu Yan couldn't help but ask, Feifei, Lulu, what's wrong with you two? After saying that, Wu Yan looked at the box in the old man's hand and asked with a little doubt, is there something strange about that box? Hearing Wu Yan's words, Feifei smiled and said solemnly, of course there's nothing wrong with that box. The problem is the thing inside the box. The thing inside the box? That's right. Feifei nodded and exchanged glances with Lulu. Then, she looked around at the people in the auction house, especially those in the special seats on both sides. Feifei's gaze stopped on them for a while. Then, she said word by word, the thing inside the box should be the final item of this auction. It's also the main reason why we're here today. Hearing this, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes looked at the box that had been placed on the stage. However, what Fei Fei said next made his eyes shrink. That's a gold armament. Chapter 334. Wu Yan is no stranger to gold armament. After all, he has a gold armament in his space ring. Ikaros and Flanderchan also have gold armaments. His own meteor shower, Ikaros's Uranus system, Flanderchan's Leviathan, all of them were X or gold tier armaments. Logically speaking, for Wu Yan, the shock that the gold armament can bring to him shouldn't be that big. After all, he has one on him, why should he act like he can't handle it? That's how it is. The words gold armament had already spread throughout the entire auction house. Needless to say, the normal and elite students were drooling over it. As for the special students and the people from the major powers, they all looked at the box on the stage with burning eyes. This proved how attractive the gold armament was to them. It's only natural. Rare armaments are considered rare treasures in the Spalier world. However, due to the Academy's special nature, rare armaments aren't that rare. At the very least, the special students all have one. However, the gold armament is different. At the very least, none of the special students have a gold armament. According to the Spalier world's unspoken rules, gold armament is something that only those at the 9th stage can wear. One can only imagine how attractive a gold armament that only those at the 9th stage can wear would be to these special students. Wu Yan, on the other hand, is the calmest one out of everyone. Of course, the reason why she said she was calm is because Wu Yan's performance wasn't as joyful as the other students. However, her wine-red eyes couldn't help but show a fervent emotion. As long as he thought of the box on the stage, there was an armament of the same grade as the Meteor Knight, the Uranus system, and the Leviathan. This trace of eagerness couldn't be extinguished no matter what. It's obvious that the gold armament isn't as attractive to Wu Yan as the other students, but it's still not small. After all, he used Meteor Shower to intimidate Alistair, Iwa, SS, and Archangel Divinity. He even used Meteor Shower to insta-kill Kakin Taidaku, who was stronger than himself at that time. Ikaros even used the Uranus system to grind 3 people of the same tier who were just a notch weaker than him into pieces. From this, it can be seen that even though there's only a difference of 1 level between a gold armament and a rare armament, the difference is like heaven and earth. Just the power displayed by the gold armament is enough to make Wu Yan envious. After all, he came here today for the armament, didn't he? However, the eagerness quickly disappeared. What was left was a deep sense of depression. That was because the number displayed on his record card was already a crimson 0. Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. It seems like he's not fated to get the gold armament. He can only be a bystander this time. Well, it's not like he doesn't have a gold armament. With the system, he'll never lack anything. The only thing he lacks is points. As long as he has points, nothing will be a problem. With that thought, Wu Yan felt relieved. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked around. The depression he felt earlier has turned into a playful mood. Following the appearance of the gold armament, figures that weren't originally there appeared in every corner of the auction house. It's obvious that they're here for the armament. From the aura they're emitting, Wu Yan can tell that they're not any weaker than Princess Sylph. In fact, they're a lot stronger. Rank 8 powerhouses. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes narrowed. He rubbed his chin and thought. Since Princess Sylph is the strongest student in the Spalier World Academy, then these figures who are a lot stronger than her should be the teachers of the Academy. The attractiveness of the gold armament was indeed huge. Even these arrogant teachers were attracted to it. This time around, things were going to be interesting. Little did he know that in the eyes of others, Wu Yan is the most interesting one. Fei Fei has been observing Wu Yan. She saw the shock on Wu Yan's face when he first heard about the gold armament. Then, he looked a little depressed when he looked at the record card. Now, he's looking around with a playful expression. Everything was captured by Fei Fei. Looking at the playful expression on Wu Yan's face, Fei Fei felt a little strange. She knew how tempting a gold armament is to a greedy person. It's something that even a rank 9 would want. Wu Yan, on the other hand, had such an expression when he heard about the gold armament. It's as if the item on the stage isn't a gold armament but a rare one. Fei Fei, of course, didn't know that Wu Yan was being so carefree because he knew he had no fate with the armament. At this time, Fei Fei also noticed the sudden appearance of the figures. She frowned and scanned them with her beautiful eyes. It's as if she's trying to recognize them. So the teachers from the academy are here too? Hearing this, Wu Yan turned around and looked at the night elf in Fei Fei's hand. With a smile that isn't a smile, he said, "Fei Fei, do you also want the gold armament?" Fei Fei couldn't help but smile. She raised that night elf in her hand and said indifferently, "I have this, it's enough." After saying this, Fei Fei looked at the other side of Wu Yan and said with a strange expression, "There's someone else who wants the gold armament." Wu Yan scratched his face in confusion and looked in the direction of Fei Fei's gaze. With this look, his face fell and finally, it became the word embarrassed. "I really want it. I really want it," Lulu muttered as if she's crazy. Her hands were clasped in front of her chest and her eyes were filled with twinkling stars. She looked like a little girl chasing after her idol. The reason is naturally because the gold armament is a magic staff specially used by magicians. When the gold magic staff appeared in front of everyone, the warriors were disappointed, while the mages' eyes were burning with fire. They held the record cards in their hands tightly, and their faces were filled with impatience. Thus, the next round of competition began just like that. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 500,000, 700,000. When the word 700,000 rang out in the auction house, the entire auction house went silent for a moment. Then, an endless stream of bids began. However, this time, the increment wasn't as high as 100,000. Hearing that the price had risen to 750,000 credits, Wu Yan's mouth twitched. When he heard Lulu shout 800,000, Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. A bunch of rich people, however, when Wu Yan thought of this, a cold voice rang out and caused him to lose his calm again. 1,000,000. An ice-cold voice that sounded like the sounds of nature gently reverberated throughout the auction house, causing everyone to be stunned. The students who recognized this voice narrowed their eyes and quickly looked towards the entrance of the auction house. It's Sylph. At this moment, Sylph is more like a queen than a princess. She stood at the entrance as if she's the only person left in the world. She made a dazzling entrance. With Sylph's entrance, the students' voices quieted down. They were intimidated by Sylph's presence. The title, Strongest Student, is not a joke. Of course, this is only true for the students. 1,200,000. A voice rang out from one of the figures in the middle of the auction house. Sylph glanced at that person and opened her mouth. 2,000,000. Chapter 335. Woo woo. Why can't it be me? Listening to Lulu repeating herself over 100 times in 10 minutes, Wu Yan and Fei Fei looked at each other helplessly. Wu Yan recalled the auction that ended up being a solo act for Sylph. Wu Yan lamented inwardly. He lamented the fact that the cameo didn't have a ***. Since Sylph's appearance at the auction house, all the students have been reduced to spectators. Even the people from the major factions have been reduced to spectators. Only the shameless teachers were left. They shamelessly competed with Sylph for the gold armament, but in the end, they didn't manage to get it. The students who were reduced to spectators felt a lot better now. After all, there had been a couple of auctions in the Spalier World Academy in the past, but they were all taken by the teachers. That's why the regret in the students' hearts lessened a lot when Sylph came to receive the golden armament. This made the teachers feel quite gloomy. As for how many credits Sylph spent to buy the gold armament, Wu Yan didn't want to overload his heart again, so he forgot about it. Of course, for those who didn't know about Wu Yan's perfect memory ability, they can treat it as if it was real. Wu Yan's perfect memory ability has been merged with infinite arms refinement. However, merging with infinite arms refinement doesn't mean it's gone. Wu Yan still has perfect memory. Woo woo. Why can't it be me? Wu Yan couldn't take it anymore after hearing Lulu's words for the nth time. Fatal Forest's members were shocked and Hughes's face was ashen. Wu Yan reached out and pinched Lulu's cheeks. Can't you stop for a moment? Don't you know you're putting a lot of pressure on me? You. Lulu cried out in pain. Her words couldn't be heard clearly due to Wu Yan pinching her cheeks and pulling them outwards. She could only make you sounds. She waved her hands around and tears welled up in her eyes. Wu Yan almost died from how cute she is. Seeing Lulu being punished by Wu Yan, Fei Fei felt a bit good, but at the same time, she couldn't bear to see this happen. She quickly came to Wu Yan's side and she grabbed his hands. All right. Yan, Lilu already knows that she's wrong. Just forgive her. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He looked at Lulu's cheeks that he had pulled so hard that he couldn't see her face clearly. He complained in his heart, how do you know she knows she's wrong? She can't even speak clearly, perhaps because she heard Fei Fei's voice. Lulu seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw. She stretched out a hand towards Fei Fei and looked pitifully at Fei Fei, as if saying, Sister Fei Fei, hurry up and save me. Fei Fei couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. She could only helplessly beg for mercy on Lulu's behalf. While Wu Yan, Lulu, and Fei Fei were messing around, a member of Lethal Forest suddenly came to Fei Fei's side. He said to Fei Fei, Lady Fei Fei, something happened. Wu Yan, Lulu, and Fei Fei stopped what they were doing. Fei Fei frowned and straightened her back. The aura of a leader emanated from Fei Fei's body. What happened? The member of Lethal Forest glanced at Wu Yan and said respectfully, Sea of Icicles, Crimson Land, and other factions just ran to the villa. Their target seems to be the new special students. What? Before Fei Fei could react, Wu Yan was shocked. He quickly asked, New special students? Are they the ones who were with me? Yes. That member of Lethal Forest, including everyone else, felt as if a heavy mountain suddenly fell on them. Their chests felt heavy, and their faces turned pale. They looked at Wu Yan in horror. A majestic and abnormally powerful aura emanated from Wu Yan's body and enveloped everyone. Wu Yan's face was terrifyingly dark. His wine-red eyes were filled with a murderous aura that seemed to contain the entire sea of blood. Everyone, except for Fei Fei, bent down and broke out in cold sweat. Fei Fei supported the pale Lulu. Her expression changed and she quickly grabbed Wu Yan's hand. Yan, don't be angry. There won't be any casualties in the Spalier World Academy as long as they don't pass the application. Chuju and the others will be fine. Calm down first. Wu Yan glanced at Fei Fei coldly. When he saw the pale Lulu beside Fei Fei, he took a few deep breaths and gradually withdrew the murderous aura in his chest. It was not until a certain moment that the pale faces of Lulu and the members of Lethal Forest regained some color. Lulu patted her chest in fear, and one of her hands involuntarily pulled Wu Yan's sleeve. Yan, you were so scary just now. Wu Yan smiled bitterly and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Lulu. Before Wu Yan could finish, Lulu shook her head and tightened her grip on Wu Yan's sleeve. She said happily, there's nothing to apologize for. In fact, I'm happy to see you so worried about the people around you. Wu Yan was stunned. He smiled and rubbed Lulu's head. He didn't expect Lulu to be so considerate. Wu Yan turned to Fei Fei. Fei Fei, I'll go back and check on the situation first. Fei Fei thought for a moment and was about to nod when the member from Lethal Forest said, the people at the mansion should be gone by now. When I arrived, Miss Chuju, Miss Mikoto, and Miss Ikaros were already heading towards the arena tower with the other factions. I see. Wu Yan sighed in relief. He smiled, or rather, he's taking pleasure in their misfortune. He can roughly guess what happened. It must be those factions that ran into trouble on my side and knew that they won't be able to get anything out of me, so they went straight for Hinajuku and the others. Maybe, in their eyes, Hinajuku and Mikoto are under my protection, so they didn't go after them before. What they don't know is that the scariest one in their group isn't themselves, it's those idiots. That day, Sylph clearly acknowledged Mikoto in front of everyone, yet they still dared to come knocking on her door. Are they really that stupid, or are they just pretending? Wu Yen doesn't know the answer to that. Wu Yen only knows that these people are in for a bad time. Fei Fei and Lulu are also aware of Mikoto's strength, so when they heard that Hinajuku, Mikoto, and the others are going to the arena tower, they couldn't help but sigh in relief. The two girls exchanged a strange look. They haven't known Shuju and the others for long, but Fei Fei and Lulu are confident that they understand the two girls quite well. That includes Mikoto's passion for battle. Those factions who think they can take advantage of the situation are going to be in for a treat. Wu Yen turned to the member who reported. What about Fran? Did she go with them as well? Miss Fran wasn't there. She spent the whole day playing with Miss Liren in the headquarters. The reporting student had a bitter look on his face when he said that. It's like he's reminiscing about something unbearable. Wu Yen couldn't help but chuckle. It seems like Fran and Liren had a lot of fun in the headquarters. That's good too. If Flanderchan went with them, she might want to play with them. When that happens, her powers will be sealed and she'll be dead the moment she goes up on stage. However, those shameless bastards wouldn't go as far as to fight with a child. Plus, Flanderchan can't go up to the 5th floor of the arena tower. Fei Fei walked up to Wu Yen and whispered. Want to go take a look? Of course. Wu Yen smiled, but his eyes were indifferent. It's hard to tell what he's thinking. Chapter 336. When Wu Yen and Fei Fei arrived at the 5th floor of the arena tower, the scene that greeted them made their anxious faces freeze. They couldn't keep their cool anymore. Hinajuku and Ikaros are standing below an arena, leisurely strolling around. Mikoto is standing at the center of the arena, her body still emitting electric sparks. At her feet, there's a special student twitching and foaming at the mouth. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. He forced a smile on his face. Why does he feel like he's seen this somewhere before? No, he should say that he's seen this somewhere before. Those delinquents in Academy City, Sea of Icicles, Crimson Land, and the other 6 factions were all standing below the stage. Their faces were blank, and there was a trace of daze in their eyes. It was as if they had suffered a blow. Beside them, there were a few students they were taking care of. Their bodies were twitching just like the person on the stage. Bing Ling, Bai Shi, and the other leaders of the major forces looked as if they had just eaten a dead fly. Their faces were ashen, and at the same time, there was a trace of bitterness on their faces. It was obvious that these leaders weren't feeling very good at the moment. This was only natural. He came to the other party's territory aggressively and expressed his intentions. Then, he came to the Tower of Arena with great confidence. In the end, he fell to the ground in a daze. Such a tragic event was common in novels and movies. It could even be said to be melodramatic. However, when it really happened to them, they finally understood the sorrow of being a minor character. And it was twice. The referee who's playing the role of a bystander came up and announced. The opponent has lost the ability to fight. The winner is student Misaka Mikoto. Since the loser's ranking is higher than the winner's, student Misaka Mikoto will be the loser's ranking. I hereby announce that the new special student, Misaka Mikoto, is ranked 4th in the rankings. The audience couldn't help but applaud when they heard the referee's announcement. The major factions, on the other hand, had an extremely bitter expression on their faces. Wu Yen, Lulu, and Fei Fei couldn't keep their cool anymore. It's only been a while and Mikoto is ranked 4th. Wu Yen and Fei Fei couldn't help but look at each other. Especially Wu Yen, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is great. In just a short while Mikoto's ranking shot up to the top 10 like a rocket. How can Wu Yan, who fought so hard to get into the top 30, endure this? If Wu Yan's memory serves him right, the special student lying under Mikoto's feet should be one of the leaders of the 9 factions. Mikoto took down the leader of one of the major factions and the audience applauded fearlessly. Should I say, as a pretty girl, Mikoto is showing off her privileges? Thus, Wu Yan started to complain. For the first time in his life, he started to complain about the girls around him. Why are they so strong? Mikoto is strong, Ikaros is strong, Chuju is strong too, even Shokuhu Misaki and the others are strong too. Next time, should I summon a few soft girls? With that in mind, Wu Yan walked up to Chuju and Ikaros. He looked at Mikoto who was stroking her bangs and sighed. It's because of this sigh that Chuju and Ikaros noticed Wu Yan's arrival. Wu Yan's heart was hurt, master. Ikaros always looked like she's following Wu Yan's lead. When she saw Wu Yan, her indigo eyes rippled and she walked up to him. Yan, you're here. Chuju giggled, giving Wu Yan the urge to give her a good spanking. Wu Yan could only helplessly raise his hand. Are you guys okay? Chuju rolled her eyes and rudely said, which eye of yours saw that we're not okay? It's clearly those people who are not okay? Wu Yan's face twitched, he said embarrassedly, you're right. Feifei also came to Chuju's side. She looked at Mikoto who's covered in electricity. Feifei's hands trembled a little. Her sharp intuition told her that the electricity on Mikoto's body is very strong. Mikoto is also very strong right now. Even if she went up and got hit by the electricity, she wouldn't have a good ending either. This feeling didn't make Feifei depressed. Instead, the battle intent in her heart started to surge. Her eyes shone brightly and she gripped Night Elf tightly. It's obvious that Feifei's battle intent has been stimulated by Mikoto. After all, Mikoto is currently 4th and Feifei is 5th. However, at this time, Mikoto didn't pay attention to Feifei or Wu Yan. It's not that she didn't know that Wu Yan and the rest are here, it's just that, the teleportation formation on the 5th floor suddenly flashed with light, attracting everyone's attention. Under everyone's gazes, 3 figures walked out of the teleportation array one after another. At the same time, special students walked out of the teleportation array one after another. With these 3 leading the way, they walked towards the arena. Seeing these people, everyone was stunned. The people from the 9 major factions all tensed up as if they saw something incredible. Among these people, Wu Yan was naturally included. There weren't many people walking out from the teleportation formation, but there weren't few either. The aura that was faintly emitted from their bodies was much stronger than most of the people here. Especially the 3 in the lead. Almost everyone in the Spalier World Academy knows who these 3 are. They looked at each other because they recognized them. Other than Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros, there's also Wu Yan. Wu Yan doesn't know who these people are, but there's one person he knows. Even though he's only seen her twice, the impression she gave him isn't something he'll forget easily. That person is Princess Sylph. The identity of the special students behind Princess Sylph and the 2 special students who were walking at the head of the group was obvious. One of the 3 royal factions of the Spalier World Academy, the leader of the 3 royal factions, the Prince of Fea Empire, Kaya Barba. Kaya Barba. One of the 3 royal factions of the Spalier World Academy, the leader of the Beast Tide, the Prince of Barba Empire, Jafar Barba. Barba. Lastly, one of the 3 royal factions of the Spalier World Academy, Snow Song, the leader of Snow Song, the Princess of Ailu Empire, Sylph Barba. Ailu. Silveria World Institute, the last 3 strongest factions among the 12 strongest factions, finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The moment they appeared, other than Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros, everyone else recognized them. That's why they're so surprised. Wu Yan, Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Ikaros didn't know the identity of the intruder, but in their eyes, the information of the intruder appeared. Sylph. Ailu, level 72 Kaya. Faya, level 70 Jaffer. Barba, level 70, 3 tier 8 powerhouses. They're the 3 strongest students of the Spalier World Academy, the top 3 super powerhouses. Fei, the leader of Deadly Forest, ranked 5th, Bing Ling, the leader of Sea of Icicles, ranked 9th, Bai Shi, the leader of Crimson Land, ranked 10th, the leaders of the 6 factions, ranked 6th, 7th, and 8th, as well as Mikoto, who just took 4th place. Mikoto, who was standing in the arena, ranked 4th. The top 10 students of the Spalier World Academy are all here. Chapter 337. The gathering of the top 10 students of Silveria World Institute ignited the passion of every student on the 5th floor of the arena tower. The place where the 10 students gathered became the center of attention of every student on the 5th floor. The students stared at the top 10 with burning eyes. They couldn't help but wonder when they would be able to become the center of attention like them. Even Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a flame ignite in his chest. His eyes flashed with intense light and the corner of his mouth curled into an intriguing arc. However, Wu Yan's target isn't the top 10 rankers like the other students, it's the top 3 rankers. Sylph, Ka, Jaffer. These are the 3 strongest students in the academy. They are also Wu Yan's biggest obstacle to his mission. Sylph, Ka, and Jaffer arrived at the front of the arena and looked at Mikoto with different expressions on their faces. Jaffer, the tallest of the 3, sized up Mikoto from head to toe. Then he clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Like a beast, a clanging sound came out of his mouth. What is this? I was wondering what kind of person Sylph would approve of. So it's just a little girl. Mikoto turned her attention to Jaffer. A dangerous glint flashed across her eyes as she looked at Jaffer. Who are you calling a little girl? Jaffer glanced at Mikoto with a mocking smile. He was about to say something but was interrupted by Ka on the side. Your Highness Jaffer, don't be so full of yourself. Ka smirked at Jaffer and pointed at Sylph with his lips. Or else, you might make someone unhappy. Jaffer's expression darkened. He looked at Sylph with a hint of fear and unwillingness. He snorted coldly and turned his head away. He didn't continue the topic of little girl. Kaya laughed lightly and turned to look at Mikoto. Unlike Jaffer, Kaya also sized Mikoto up, before sighing, Miss, although you're a woman, you should be younger than me. To be able to become a Type 8 expert at such a young age, you must be much stronger than Kaya. Everyone present, except for Wu Yan, Chuju, Ikaros, Fei, and Lulu, had a change in expression. Even the major factions that lost to Mikoto had the same expression. Countless people looked at Mikoto in shock. They looked at the young girl who exuded a youthful aura. She's long been devoured to the bone, with disbelief. She's a tier 8 powerhouse? Some people secretly pinched their own buttocks or cheeks. The pain quickly entered their senses, letting them know that they were not dreaming or hearing things. That little girl who looks like she's not even 18 years old is really a tier 8 powerhouse. The students started getting excited. The major factions that lost to Mikoto, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief. Losing to a tier 8 powerhouse isn't something to be ashamed of, right? Especially the leader of a large faction who was defeated by Mikoto. He let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of people saying that he lost to a tier 8 fighter, but he was afraid of people saying that he lost to an underage brat. Mikoto felt a little uncomfortable with the reactions of the students. She thought it was too exaggerated. Accelerator isn't much older than her, but he's terrifyingly strong. Flander-chan, on the other hand, looks less than 10 years old, but she's already a tier 9 powerhouse. Compared to these people, she really isn't that strong. Ikaros and Astria are also stronger than her. That's why Mikoto has always been dissatisfied with her own strength. She doesn't think she's that strong, at least for now. If Wu Yan were to find out about this, he would definitely fall head first onto the floor and then sigh at the sky. Isn't it a little too unfair to compare your 2D world with Silveria? If that's the case, then wouldn't the two Lolitas from Type Moon be able to crush everyone in the world with their strength? Mikoto shook her head. There are plenty of people who are stronger than me. Who knows how many are more talented than me? You think too highly of me. Ka chuckled. It's obvious he's treating Mikoto's words as mere pleasantries. Ka didn't correct her, instead, he changed his tone. Miss, with your strength, it's beneath you to be a normal student. Ka, allow me to boldly extend an invitation to you. I wonder if you're interested in joining my organization, Lei Feng? Following Kaya's invitation to Mikoto, the students on the 5th floor all quieted down. They all held their breaths and stared at Mikoto with wide eyes. They wanted to know which faction the 4th rank 8th student of the academy would end up joining. If Mikoto joins Lei Feng, the ranking of the factions in the academy will change. Lei Feng will be above the other 2 factions. The other 9 factions, including Feifei, didn't want Mikoto to join Lei Feng. If possible, they didn't want her to join Lei Feng. After all, the 9 factions, along with Snow Song, Lei Feng, and Beast Tide, are the top 12 factions. But in terms of strength, they can't compare to the 3. It was because the Snow Song Imperial family, the Imperial family, and the Beast Tide all had 8th stage experts holding down the fort, yet they didn't. Of course, there are those who covet Mikoto. As long as Mikoto joins their faction, they'll instantly become a faction on par with the 3 royal factions. But the scene of Mikoto electrocuting the original 4th was still fresh in their minds. So they didn't dare to use any forceful methods. They only hoped that Mikoto wouldn't accept Ka's invitation. That's to give them some hope. Mikoto didn't disappoint. She shook her head and crossed her arms in front of her chest. I'm sorry, I don't have any intention of joining any faction yet. Ka shook his head in disappointment. But he still said in a carefree manner. If that's the case, Ka won't force you. I only hope that if Miss wants to join any faction in the future, you can consider joining Lei Feng. I'll always welcome you. Mikoto nodded with a smile. On the side, Jaffer sighed in relief. If that little girl were to be recruited by Ka, then it'd be a headache for him. Due to his previous preconceived notions, he couldn't invite her now. Plus, it didn't look like she was going to join any faction. Jaffer didn't say anything to prevent himself from being snubbed. At this time, the silent sylph walked up. Her icy blue eyes glanced at Ikaros before looking at Mikoto. Her expression was cold as she said something that caused everyone's expression to change. Do you accept my challenge? Hearing this, Mikoto was stunned for a moment. Then, a touch of excitement rushed into her eyes and face. A flash of blue and white electricity faintly flashed through her eyes. You want to fight me? Sylph nodded under everyone's gaze. Her cold voice continued to echo in the room. If you lose, you'll join Snow Song. Kaya and Jaffer cursed in their hearts. Even the people from the major factions started to panic. Mikoto's lips curled into an amused smile as she said loudly. All right. It's decided then. The crowd went into an uproar. Wu Yan and Hinajiku looked at each other, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, they sighed as if they expected better from him. When would this last stop being so competitive? Chapter 338. Mikoto's smile got brighter and brighter as Sylph walked towards the arena. Her tea-colored eyes were filled with eagerness. It's clear how happy she is right now. Only the heavens know how competitive this brat is. She's a violent brat. At this moment, the excited Mikoto and the cold Sylph stood opposite each other, forming a stark contrast. However, no one dared to underestimate this battle. A battle between two Tier 8 powerhouses. It's been a long time since something like this happened in the Spalier world. After all, the normal students are only allowed to move up to the 5th floor. The 6th floor is where the strongest students are allowed to move. Perhaps the 3 level 8 students had fought many times on the 6th level, but this wasn't something that the students on the 6th level and below would know. That's why a battle between Tier 8 powerhouses hasn't happened in a long time. Some of the newer students haven't even seen a battle between Tier 8 powerhouses. After all, only those ranked in the top 10 could ascend to the 6th floor of the Tower of Arena. The floor masters of the 1st to 3rd floors correspond to the beginning, middle, and high stages of Tier 6. The 4th floor is the beginning of Tier 7 and the 5th floor is the peak of Tier 7. One can only imagine how many people in the entire Spalier World Academy can pass the 5th floor. As for the strength of the 6th floor's floor master, no one knew. Perhaps the top 10 students who had already reached the 6th floor knew, but they all kept their mouths shut. Information about the 6th floor's floor master was even more secretive than national secrets. That's why only those who can pass the 5th floor and reach the 6th floor can be considered the strongest in the Spalier World Academy. Everyone now knew that there was a new student who had just risen to 4th place and was able to enter the 6th level. However, they didn't know that not long after, there would be another student who wasn't in the top 10 who would pass the 5th level. Feifei looked at the beautiful girls in the arena. She looked at Mikoto and asked Wu Yan worriedly. "Yan, aren't you going to stop them?" Wu Yan shrugged and chuckled. "Why should I stop them?" Feifei lowered her head. After a while, she said, "Princess Sylph is very strong." Wu Yan chuckled when he heard Feifei. "Mikoto is also very strong." Feifei sighed. Chuju couldn't help but say, "Feifei, don't worry. Princess Sylph is here to invite Mikoto to join her faction. She won't hurt Mikoto. Mikoto will know when to stop." Towards the end of her sentence, Hinajiku's expression became a bit unnatural. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. To be able to say that Mikoto knows her limits and only have an unnatural expression on her face, Hinajiku is pretty amazing. Wu Yan turned to look at the two on the stage. His expression darkened. To be honest, he didn't expect things to turn out this way. Wu Yan thought that as long as he shows enough strength, the girls around him won't be affected by the other factions. But reality told him that he was too naive. It doesn't matter if it's due to Mikoto and Ko's status as special students, or if it's due to their outstanding looks that attracted flies. In any case, this incident told Wu Yan that not everything will go according to his plan. Thinking up to this point, he clenched his fists and sighed. After this incident, Mikoto will definitely attract even more attention. When that time comes, he's not afraid of anything except for the dirty tricks of the other factions. The 12 factions of the Spalier World Academy represent the 12 factions of the Spalier world. Provoking them is the same as provoking an endless stream of trouble. Looks like he needs to speed up his progress. Increasing his strength as soon as possible is the way to go. Wu Yan lifted his head and looked at a direction. That direction is the teleportation formation to the 6th floor of the arena tower. In the arena, two beautiful girls, one silent and one moving, are staring at each other. The atmosphere around them is getting heavier and heavier as time passes. It's as if there's a hidden meaning behind this. At some point, Mikoto finally lost her patience. Beep beep beep. A violent electronic sound suddenly rang out. Blue and white electric currents were like little snakes slithering around Mikoto's body. Her brown eyes were dyed blue under the electric light. Mikoto tilted her head back. "Ha! Begin." Following Mikoto's excited laughter, an even more frequent electric sound came from Mikoto's body. In a blink of an eye, Mikoto's entire body was covered in lightning. At this moment, Mikoto is going all out. It's as if even the end of the world wouldn't cause her expression to change. Sylph looked at Mikoto, who looked like she was possessed by the god of thunder. She gently raised her white hand. Boom! In an instant, Sylph, who looked like an ordinary person who didn't train, suddenly exploded with a loud boom. At the same time, an unprecedented amount of magical energy erupted from her body. The icy blue magical energy was like a frigid air. It slowly rose from Sylph's body like steam. The surrounding space slowly solidified, and in a blink of an eye, icicles were formed. Sylph raised her hand and the icicles increased in speed. They tore through the air and flew towards Mikoto. Sylph didn't hold back at all. She knew she didn't have to hold back either. Sure enough, Mikoto only glanced at the ice spikes that blotted out the sky. She spread her arms outwards. Following her movement, a thick electric current appeared on her hands. The electric current flowed through her hands and lightly brushed the ground. She faced the incoming ice spikes head-on. Bang 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 bang, the collision between the icicles and the lightning produced a series of muffled sounds. At this time, every icicle that came into contact with the lightning was like a firecracker, exploding into pieces that filled the sky. The constant collisions between the icicles and the lightning made the entire space seem as if they were celebrating something. The sound of firecrackers rang out continuously. Lightning flashed across the entire arena, and cold air filled the entire space. The students on the 5th floor immediately enjoyed a double cleansing of their senses, both visual and tactile. However, to Sylph and Mikoto, this was nothing more than a greeting. Suddenly, Sylph's lips moved and her mana fluctuated. She chanted an incantation that was both urgent and indifferent at the same time. It was a contradictory yet pleasant incantation. The moment she chanted the incantation, the temperature in the arena plummeted. Sylph turned into a goddess of ice and snow. She blew a gust of icy wind towards Mikoto. Wherever the snowstorm passed, the ground froze into ice, but none of it was blown out of the arena. Sylph's control over her power has reached a terrifying level. Compared to Sylph's control, Mikoto's control is much weaker. She might even be weaker than a tier 7. However, with Mikoto's personality, it's impossible for her to focus on improving her control. She only needs to improve the power of her attacks. Compared to Sylph, Mikoto is superior in terms of explosive power. Mikoto swung her hand in Sylph's direction. The lightning turned into a spear of lightning that pierced through the icy wind towards Sylph. Chapter 339. What unfolded before everyone's eyes was an unbelievable scene. No one has ever seen lightning freeze before, and no one has ever seen flames erupt from a cold current. On the 5th floor of the arena, the howling snowy wind blew in every corner of the arena, freezing the floor into a thick layer of ice. It was obvious that the temperature had dropped to a terrifying level. However, when the cold current came into contact with a lightning net, it started to burn like gas coming into contact with a flame. Although the snowy wind extinguished the fire in an instant, the scene of flames erupting from the cold current is still imprinted in everyone's eyes. On the other side, it's a completely different scene. The violent lightning quickly flowed, breaking through layers of snow and wind. However, the further it went, the slower the speed of the lightning became. In the end, the speed of the lightning stopped under the attack of the snow and wind. It was like a snake that had met its natural enemy. It twisted twice and then froze. It was a shocking scene. Two phenomena that completely violated the laws of physics, yet it brought a deep shock to everyone. This was the embodiment of power to the extreme. Below the stage, Jaffer and Kaya, who were both tier 8, had a grim expression on their faces. Jaffer clenched his fists when he saw Sylph and Mikoto's faint silhouettes in the midst of the blizzard and lightning. Jaffer growled indignantly. Sylph, that woman, she's gotten stronger again. Kaya nodded solemnly and turned to Mikoto. That newbie isn't simple either. She's able to cast lightning spells without needing to chant. Based on her appearance alone, she's not any weaker than Sylph. That's impossible. Jaffer clicked his tongue and laughed coldly. Sylph's true strength hasn't been revealed yet. How can that little girl be Sylph's opponent? Kaya glanced at Jaffer. He didn't think much of it. He knew Jaffer well enough to know that he's speaking from his personal feelings. After all, Sylph was someone Jaffer dreamed of surpassing. If Jaffer admitted that the newcomer's strength was on the same level as Sylph's, then he would have to admit that there's another woman above him. This was something he would never admit. The culture of the Baruba Empire was that men were superior to women. Even though they didn't treat women like clothes, if a woman surpassed them in a certain aspect, they would be laughed at in the Baruba Empire. As a prince of the Baruba Empire, Jafar's view of men as superior to women was deeply ingrained in his heart. That was why Jafar, who was ranked third, could allow Kaya to surpass him but not Sylph. In the Baruba Empire, being surpassed by a woman was a disgrace. This kind of national custom was criticized by countless people. Even Kaya looked down on this kind of phenomenon. However, standing in the position of the other two empires, they were quite happy to see this kind of phenomenon happen. That's why the talented and powerful women of the Baruba Empire would leave the Baruba Empire for the other two empires when they realized that they might cause trouble for themselves. Kaya glanced at Jafar, who was smiling coldly, but his eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. He shook his head. As an outsider and a prince of an empire, Kaya had no right to say anything about the culture of the empire. At this moment, something strange happened in the arena. The thick snowy wind suddenly moved in one direction like a whirlpool. Following the flow of the snowy wind, the center of the whirlpool condensed into a dazzling ice-blue ball of light. The snowstorm surged into the icy blue ball of light, and the current state of the arena appeared before everyone's eyes. Sylph was standing behind the icy blue ball of light with a crystal staff in her hand. The staff was none other than the gold armament that Sylph bought at the auction. Wu Yan, Feifei, Kaya, Jafar, and the other students who recognized the staff shrunk their pupils in shock. If she's using her gold armament, it means that Sylph is going all out. Sylph held the staff horizontally in front of her chest like a cannon. She pointed the cannon at Mikoto, and the icy blue ball of light gathered more and more snowstorm and turned into a terrifying cannonball. Waves of heart-palpitating aura surged out from the icy blue ball of light, causing everyone present to tense up. Mikoto is even more so. As Sylph's direct target, she's the one who felt it the most. However, unlike the others, Mikoto's face is filled with excitement. This is how it should be. Mikoto shouted as if no one was around. She gathered all the electricity in her body into a thick lightning bolt and directed it towards one of her hands. At the same time, Mikoto raised her hand and pointed it at Sylph. Everyone could clearly see that Mikoto was holding a token in her hand. Not good. Wu Yan, Feifei, Kaya, and Jafar shouted at the same time. Their voices were filled with unprecedented seriousness. Even their faces were filled with shock. Following the appearance of the icy blue ball of light and the token, an explosive shockwave swept across the arena. The shockwave was so strong that some of the tables and chairs were blown away. Everyone raised their hands to block the shockwave in front of them. Their combat chi and mana surged in order to stabilize their bodies and prevent themselves from being blown away by the shockwave. The terrifying phenomenon that was transmitted from the arena caused the hearts of every student to be filled with shock, except for a very small number of people who were very strong. Wu Yan gritted his teeth as he looked at the two on the arena. He couldn't help but curse. Those two idiots. What the hell are they doing? Is there a need to make such a big fuss? Are you two mortal enemies? Isn't this the same as fighting to the death? Feifei gripped the night elf so tightly that her hand turned white. Her face was also a little pale. She could already see how terrifying Sylph and Mikoto's next move would be from the shockwave. If things go wrong, even the audience below the stage and the entire fifth floor would be affected. Feifei gritted her teeth and turned around to look for the referee. Unfortunately, the referee was nowhere to be found. Feifei's expression was one of disbelief. At this moment, Kaya and Jaffa had already raised their do-chi. Their eyes were solemn as they looked at the center of the battlefield. Clearly, even they felt that if they didn't use some tricks, they would be affected by the shockwaves. By the time all the snow and wind entered the icy blue sphere of light in Sylph's gold armament, it was already the size of a soccer ball. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the terrifying energy contained within the sphere. Sylph raised her head and looked at Mikoto. Her emotionless face glowed with a magical aura. Then, she pointed her staff at Mikoto. Ice Dragon Strike. the icy blue ball of light suddenly shot out. Her brown eyes flashed with a hint of graveness. She activated her ability, and all the electricity flowed into the coin in her hand. A bright white dot emitted from the coin, and an energy no less powerful than an ice blue orb surged within this small coin. At some point, Mikoto bit her lips, and with a shout, the coin in her hand was flicked out by her finger. Railgun. As her voice fell, an orange light beam shot out from Mikoto's hand, fiercely hitting the ice blue ball. Under everyone's gaze, the two extremely terrifying energy bodies instantly collided with each other. Chapter 340. The moment the ice dragon strike and the railgun cannon were shot out, the space of the fifth floor began to ripple like a lake that had a boulder thrown into it. On the arena, wherever the ice dragon strike and the super electromagnetic gun passed, a half-meter wide crack appeared. Following the trajectory of the ice dragon strike and the super electromagnetic gun, the crack spread rapidly under the horrified gazes of the audience. The light ball and the light beam wildly attacked in a lightning-like manner. Wherever they passed, the threads of energy that seeped out were actually able to directly shatter the stone slabs on the ground into powder. Moreover, the nearly half-a-meter wide crack that swiftly spread on the ground had also completely destroyed the entire fighting arena. In the arena, the ice blue and orange lights each occupied half of the arena. The ice blue light ball was like a nuclear bomb as it shot out, while the orange light beam met it head-on. Both of them contained extremely terrifying energy. The space along the way rippled and crack lines spread on the ground. The frightening destructive force caused the faces of everyone below the stage to be filled with shock and astonishment. They really had difficulty imagining that if they were on the stage, it was likely that just the little bit of energy that seeped out would be able to shake them until they were seriously injured. The battle between Mikoto and Sylph was so terrifying. The icy blue light from the ball of light and the orange light from the beam of light were reflected in the eyes of countless people. The two extremely terrifying attacks were like meteorites under the shocked gazes of the crowd. The ice dragon strike and the super railgun finally collided fiercely in the next instant. However, just as everyone covered their ears and waited for the earth-shaking explosion that was about to resound throughout this space, the collision in the arena strangely did not emit the slightest sound. Numerous stunned gazes followed their slow lifting of their heads. After which, they looked at the arena. The ice blue and orange colors that were corroding each other back and forth like two clusters of water of different colors faced each other. Clearly, they did not understand why it was so quiet when two frightening energy bodies collided together. However, Wu Yan, Fei-Fei, Ka, and Jaffer were shocked to discover that the space where the two terrifying energy bodies collided actually started to distort. The arena suddenly became silent. Following the silence, everyone could faintly hear a faint hissing sound coming from the two energy bodies that were eroding each other back and forth in the arena. Wu Yan stared at the two energy bodies on the arena. His wine-red eyes were filled with solemnity as he clenched his fists tightly. The energy bodies didn't seem to be doing anything out of the ordinary, they're just corroding each other. However, Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. It's because of the alarm that's been ringing in his heart. On the arena, Mikoto and Mikoto's eyes were on the arena. Their hearts were in their throats as they watched the two energy bodies eroding and devouring each other. Their instincts are telling them that this time, they're in big trouble. When this thought arose in their minds, the two women's faces turned pale. At this moment, the two light balls and light beams that were constantly engulfing and entangling each other in the center of the field suddenly produced a strange phenomenon. Like boiling water, the two energy bodies started to fluctuate violently. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the two energy bodies suddenly expanded. Numerous gazes were dumbstruck as they stared at the two enormous balls of energy that had suddenly expanded in a strange manner. For some unknown reason, everyone felt an ominous premonition in their hearts at this moment. At this moment, the two energy bodies suddenly stopped their movements and became quiet. However, a strange and deep luster suddenly appeared. It looked like tiny dots of light that appeared on the two energy bodies. The space around them started to fluctuate. The dots of light within the two energy bodies started to expand rapidly. In the end, the dots of light became more and more dazzling. The space around the two energy bodies started to fluctuate even faster. Wu Yan frowned as he stared at the dots of light within the two energy bodies. After a while, Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Wu Yan's expression changed and he shouted at Ikaros. Ikaros! Ikaros, who has been following behind Wu Yan the whole time, suddenly raised her head. Her indigo eyes lit up at Wu Yan's call. Variable wing system restriction, remove. In the next second, Ikaros' voice sounded like a machine. At the same time, a light flashed from Ikaros' body and the gold-lined white uniform on her body slowly faded away. A set of white light armor replaced the original uniform and slowly covered Ikaros' body. A pair of pink wings spread out in front of everyone's shocked eyes. The pink wings emitted a faint blue light and with a stretch, they turned into a pair of light wings that fluttered behind Ikaros' back, Sky Queen mode. On. Her indigo pupils turned crimson, and a pure white halo floated above her head. Ikaros' hair also swelled up a little. Then, Ikaros disappeared. The moment Ikaros disappeared, the two energy bodies on the stage exploded like punctured balloons. A wave of violent energy filled the entire fifth floor of the arena tower. The next moment. Boom! A glaring intense light scattered down from the arena. Energy wildly surged. The icy blue and orange energy bodies finally appeared to be unable to endure the unusual movement of energy. After a thunder-like explosion, they were accompanied by an extremely frightening storm that swept out from the middle of the arena. The space shook wherever the storm passed. Everyone's face was aghast. Looking at the rapidly expanding energy storm, they could vaguely feel how terrifying it is inside. If this storm were to spread here, everyone here would be caught in it. When that happens, the weaker ones here might just die on the spot. Everyone's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as they watched the energy storm blow down from the stage. Most of the people who couldn't react in time were still in a daze. Only Feifei, Kaya, and Jaffer were shouting something, but the crowd couldn't make out what they were saying. At this critical moment, a beautiful figure suddenly flashed into the air. A pair of blue light wings instantly spread out, causing her to stop in the air, slightly moving up and down. It's Ikaros. Everyone was stunned to see Ikaros descending like an angel, including Kaya, Jaffer, and Feifei, who's already seen it before. They stared blankly at the angel in midair. For a moment they forgot about the terrifying energy storm. Ikaros's crimson eyes flashed, her sexy lips parted slightly, and a voice that seemed to come from the depths of the sky rang out. It sounded like the voices of countless people overlapping each other. Aegis, absolute defense circle. As the voice fell, a light suddenly flashed from the center of the energy storm. The light flashed rapidly, and then turned into a crystal wall that looked like a beehive. With a shake, it spread out, and in the blink of an eye, it shrouded the energy storm that had not had time to invade the stage. At the same time, another figure also dashed into the stage with extreme speed. Before Ikaros' Aegis, absolute defense circle, could close in on itself, that person pulled the two girls who were stunned by the sudden change into his arms. Then, he flashed away again. A series of muffled sounds came from the Aegis, absolute defense circle. That's the sound of the energy storm hitting the barrier. After a while, it finally stopped with a muffled sound, then, it turned into a breeze and disappeared. Chapter 341. In the end, the energy storm didn't manage to break through Ikaros' Aegis. After a muffled sound, it faded away, leaving behind only the barrier of Aegis. It's flickering in the ruined arena, telling everyone that what happened just now was real. The students stared at Aegis blankly for a moment before turning to look at the angel in midair. Their expressions turned into one of infatuation. The wings of light behind his back gently fluttered, and in an instant, they turned back into pink wings. The pure white halo also disappeared, and the deep red pupils turned back into a pitiful indigo color. The sexy white light armor on his body also turned back into the student uniform. However, this only made the students who were already dumbfounded even more dumbfounded. If Ikaros in Sky Empress mode is her strongest form, then her normal form is her most beautiful form. The pink wings fluttered gently, the feathers on them fluttered to the ground. Ikaros looked like an angel bathed in pink feathers. One has to admit, Ikaros in her current state is truly beautiful. She's so beautiful that even Ka, who's usually indifferent to women's charms, couldn't help but fall into a daze. She's so beautiful that even Jaffer, who's always looked down on women, couldn't help but look up at the sky with a strange expression. She's so beautiful that even Sylph, who's usually indifferent to everything, couldn't help but stare at Ikaros with a hint of envy in her icy blue eyes. She's so beautiful that everyone's mind went blank, even the females. At this moment, Ikaros has become a goddess in the hearts of countless people. But it's a pity that this beauty will forever belong to Ikaros, the master in her heart, of course. While everyone else is stunned, Wu Yan isn't. Wu Yan is the one who understands Ikaros' beauty the most. After all, he's tasted her beauty countless times. It's only natural that he wouldn't be immersed in such a scene. While everyone else was dumbfounded, Wu Yan's face was filled with anger. His eyes were filled with rage, and his rage could be seen flickering in them. Mikoto, who's stunned like everyone else. Her slightly pale face made Wu Yan's heart ache, but at the same time, he's also angered. Wu Yan raised his hand and knocked on Mikoto and Sylph's head. A crisp sound echoed in the silent arena. "Ah, it hurts." Mikoto cried out in pain. She covered her head with both hands, a teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. It's cute, but Wu Yan, who's filled with anger, didn't have the mood to appreciate it. "You can still feel pain?" Wu Yan pointed at Mikoto and shouted. "Do you know that if I didn't react in time, you wouldn't even have the chance to cry out in pain?" Holding her head, Mikoto looked at Wu Yan, pointing at her and yelling at her in a daze. She didn't react for a while. After all, in her memory, this is the first time Wu Yan yelled at her. Looking at Wu Yan's angry face, Mikoto weakly said, I didn't do it on purpose." "You didn't do it on purpose?" Wu Yan was enraged by Mikoto's words. He didn't hesitate to yell at her. "Can you explain your actions just by saying that you didn't do it on purpose? Do you know what you've done? Even if you want to win, there should be a limit. Do you think it's fun to joke around with your own life? Do you think it'll satisfy your desire to win? This is a duel, not a fight to the death. Even if it's a fight to the death, I'll be the one fighting, not you." Wu Yan yelled at Mikoto. Mikoto was stunned. Standing in front of Wu Yan, Mikoto couldn't help but be intimidated by Wu Yan's aura. She looked like a child who made a mistake. She lowered her head and didn't dare to speak again. But in her heart, a warm current flowed out. She's never seen Wu Yan this angry. Being familiar with Wu Yan, Mikoto knew that Wu Yan was extremely worried about her. That's why the strong Mikoto was willing to lower her head at this moment. "Yan, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Mikoto said this with a smile on her face. "You're still smiling?" Wu Yan glared at Mikoto. Chuju quickly pulled Wu Yan back and rolled her eyes at Mikoto. Then she said to Wu Yan, "All right, Yan. Don't be angry anymore. You know Mikoto's personality. It's so hard to find a suitable opponent. If she doesn't give it her all, she won't be satisfied, so you're going to risk your life?" Wu Yan snorted. But the anger in his heart wasn't as big as before. It's just that he's still a little angry. Mikoto smiled apologetically and looked at Chuju gratefully. In return, Chuju rolled her eyes again. It's obvious that Chuju isn't happy with Mikoto's actions. Sylph stared at Wu Yan in disbelief. She clutched the spot where Wu Yan knocked her on the head. Sylph grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. No one dared to hit her like this. This is the first time in Sylph's life that Wu Yan slapped her. This is the first time in her life that Wu Yan slapped her. She had mixed feelings about it. If Sylph knew that Wu Yan knocked her head casually, what would she think? Sylph regained her composure and slowly stood up. She looked at Mikoto and coldly said, "Let's continue." Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Wu Yan almost choked himself to death. He almost played himself to death and he still wants to continue. Even if he wants to die, he shouldn't be thinking like this. He wanted to scold Sylph but he's not familiar with her. He doesn't have the right to do so. Wu Yan glanced at Mikoto coldly. Mikoto's body trembled and she quickly waved her hands. No, it's already like this. There's no need to continue. Sylph frowned and asked, "So you're admitting defeat?" Mikoto smiled bitterly. She was unwilling to admit defeat. But if she doesn't, Yan Liangchuan won't allow her to fight again. Mikoto was in a difficult position. Sylph seemed to have guessed Mikoto's thoughts. She looked at Mikoto and then at Wu Yan before muttering to herself. After a while, she raised her head. "We'll continue next time during the tournament." After that, Sylph ignored Wu Yan and the others. She looked at Ikaros and her eyes flashed. In the end, she turned around and left with Snow Song's people. Jaffer pursed his lips and looked down at Mikoto and Ikaros. His gaze paused on Ikaros for a bit before he snorted loudly and turned to leave. Ka didn't leave with the two of them. He was staring at Ikaros with a strange look in his eyes. It's almost as if he's looking at his sweetheart. Wu Yan frowned and stepped in front of Ikaros. Ka finally realized what he did and awkwardly scratched his face. He looked at Ikaros and smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect Miss Ikaros to be so secretive." "Ka, I've misjudged you." After that, Ka glanced at Ikaros's wings. His mouth twitched but in the end, he didn't ask anything. He looked at Ikaros with a bit of reluctance and left as well. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto looked at each other with a strange expression. Only Ikaros continued to stand behind Wu Yan as if nothing had anything to do with her. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.